Czech environment, and we want to support the partnership and participation in governance, and we want to improve the quality of the governance in the Czech Republic to be able to tackle all the problems and issues that we have in our society today and tomorrow. And I would like to thank the Spirit organization and the Reclaim Our Civil Space. And I would like to mention the informal network of networks, NEON, which is the warranty of most of the guests present in the room, because it's a network promoting cross-sector cooperation, but also cooperation with the government bodies. I would like to welcome our dear host, the Commissioner for Human Rights, Klára Šimáčková-Laurenčíková. The floor is yours. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me welcome you cordially at today's conference, and I also join my speaker, and I would like to thank you for coming here and taking your time so that we can convene here and discuss things. In the times of unprecedented global crisis like COVID-19 or the war in Ukraine that interrupt our daily measure of safety, we even more lean on the trust that we have among ourselves and the mutual trust and cohesion in the society as a whole. The NGOs play an indispensable role and crucial in this respect. Indispensable in how to tackle and deal with the crisis. The NGOs help us deal with the impact of the crisis on particular groups of citizens, but they're also the tools that we have ready at hand to interact and act promptly in times of crisis. And also when you see the rising frustration in the society linked to the measures that have to be carried out as a consequence of the war in Ukraine, namely, we see the frustration growing in the society, and we see that more people are willing to listen to the populistic politicians. That's why we need a very close link to the NGOs that deal with democracy promotions, so that we can ensure social cohesion, so that we can still maintain the trust in public institutions and maintain the trust in democracy as such. As a commissioner of the government for human rights, I'm in charge of the agenda dealing with NGOs and other areas that have to do with protection of the human rights and the rights of ethnic minorities, the equality of men and women and handicapped persons, and I'm cooperating on a daily basis a whole number of NGOs. The Office of the Government is, alongside with the Ministry of Work and Social Affairs, the most active among the government agencies in terms of the partnership cooperation with the NGO sector, and we are happy to serve as an example among the government agencies. I would like to thank the NGOs for your tremendous efforts and perseverance and bravery shown when tackling the impacts of the crisis and fulfilling the long-term goals that are linked to the development of democracy and human rights and improving the quality of life for every citizen of this country, and also on the international level. I appreciate deeply the swift reaction and the swift help that you are willing to provide in unexpected situations that would otherwise be mismanaged if it were only on the state to deal with them. I would like to thank you on your support in times when you become the target of false accusations, because you are defending the rights of the most vulnerable citizens and because you are defending the values that are not yet seen by the entire society as something worthy of respect and support. Now, I believe that without the strong support with the NGOs and the civil sector, and without the proper cooperation of the government with the civil sector, there is no thriving democracy, and the state would not be able to provide resilience to the risks and crises that we undergo each and every day. And I'm now hinting at the protection of democracy and protecting the most vulnerable persons in the society and the care about the social cohesion. Now, I perceive you as a very strong and strategic partner for us, and I know that you deserve much better conditions for your working and daily activities, and also you need more funding so that you can not only work in your agenda, but you can also network and connect not only on the national level but also on the international level and share the best practice in formulating the national government policies and our common priorities. So once again, thank you very much for coming here, and I'm looking forward to sharing our experiences. I'm looking forward to our inspiring afternoon. I'll be staying here for the entire day, and I'm really looking forward to what we are going to discuss. And so once again, I'm very grateful for this opportunity to meet, and I would like to thank our foreign experts as well who witched their way and came to Prague and are willing to share their experience and knowledge, which are absolutely indispensable for us to be able to move forward, to take another step, and how to motivate ourselves and how to set up an environment that will be functional and working both on the level of government and politics and the NGO sector. So I wish you a fruitful day, and I'm looking forward to our discussion later on and even during the coffee breaks. So once again, thank you very much and have a nice day. Yeah.
This conference is organized under the auspices of the Minister for European Issues, Mr. Mikuláš Bek. And we are very happy that we've got his deputy, Karel Blaha, who is the deputy of the Minister for Legislation. And let me pass the floor over to him to deliver his opening address. Thank you very much for the invitation. Let me welcome you on behalf of the Office of the Government at this conference, which is organized at under the auspices of my minister, Mr. Bek, the Minister for European Affairs. Cooperation of NGOs and the public sector is very important. It's key for the proper functioning of the state. We've been learning how to cooperate with NGOs, and we have many examples from the past years. NGOs have helped identify and developed various topics, and it's not a long time ago when we welcomed at Rostoky Madame Věra Roubalová, who met with our team, and she told us about her experience from the past. And I realized that she was a member of the group around Charta and the Committee for Protection of the Prosecuted. And those times under the totalitarian regime, these people were really fighting for their lives. And I was really happy that she came to see us with all her experience from what happened after the Velvet Revolution as well. When she was working in Chechnya, she visited Chechnya 13 times. She was of inspiration for us, definitely. It was great to talk to her. These days, it's not that dangerous anymore to be a member of an NGO or being a member of the civil society as it used to be under totality. But, for example, when we had evidence-based research on betting and lotteries, we did that also in cooperation with NGOs, and based on what the NGOs did, the state, thanks to Matěj Holan, Martin Svoboda, and other people, it would have never been possible for the state to regulate games and lotteries this much. Actually, a window of opportunity opened thanks to them, and the government grabbed the opportunity. The Prague Forum, yet another organization, a watchdog, which is watching the government in the municipal government in Prague, they, for example, realized that there was a prosecutor who was not able to move various dark cases forward, and thanks to this particular NGOs, many cases that were in a way stuck or blocked started moving. This prosecutor got very bad rating, in inverted commas, from this NGO, and the head of the NGO actually ended up being interviewed by the police as a kind of a revenge. But fortunately, the prosecutor realized that somebody's watching her, and things started moving. Definitely, NGOs are key for many things to start moving. The state is always the more powerful element, but NGOs have teeth as well. Currently, the window of opportunity is open again. We have the RIA agenda, which has played an important role in regulating games and lotteries again. It was all based on evidence-based approach, and the final decision was somewhere in between what was recommended by NGOs and what actually games and lottery industry required. The regulatory impact assessment helped us a lot, because if it's done properly, it actually gives us very good expertise, and it reflects the views of NGOs as well. And therefore, we shall continue in this direction, working RIA, and we will definitely remain open to dissenting opinions and opponent opinions. Thank you very much for your work. Thank you very much for trying hard. Oftentimes you risk more than a public official would risk. You don't have any powerful bosses at your back. I very much appreciate your bravery, and thank you very much for your cooperation.
Děkuji. A chtěla bych...
Thank you. I would like to ask Petr Lebeda, the director of Glopolis, to say a couple of words on behalf of the organizing NGO. Thank you. Thank you, Jana. Ladies and gentlemen, Deputy Minister, Commissioner, colleagues, I'm very happy to welcome you in these beautiful premises, which is not always the case that the NGO sector would be allowed to sit in such beautiful environment. And I'm very happy that we are not here alone in person. Oh, thank God for meeting in person. But I'm very happy to see that we are more presence of our online listeners. So warm welcome to all those who are joining us online and offline with the kind of help of our interpreters. Now, cooperation becomes the key word of our times now. There's no surprise, because without cooperation, there is no way forward. Without cooperation, energy transformation, a more soft personal bankruptcy rules, or equal balance between men and women and vulnerable groups in the society will be unthinkable without cooperation. But cooperation as such is not a panacea. If you look not so far east from here, constructive interaction with dictatorship and war criminals has to have certain rules and borders. Russia and Belarus are showing us where can the governments go if they are self-centered and not reliable and responsive. And the armed conflict is giving rise to even greater and polarized society. Now, thanks to that, we can now be more aware of the importance of cooperation and the strategic cooperation between the groups of particular actors. Now, Glopolis wants to share also the know-how, because there is not only one view and one and only correct view on the matters. We have a whole number of tasks in front of us. We need to have debate, we need to have analysis of wider context, we need to have an entire spectre of approaches, and we need to include all the legitimate interests of the particular parties and concerned parties. Czech Republic is presiding now the Council of Europe, the EU, and we are convening here as part of the presidency efforts. And this particular forum is organized by NEON, which is the network of 18 various networks, platforms and coalitions, which altogether represent 450 NGOs. Now, they all agree that there is an overarching principle, that is democracy and sustainability. Now, the various NGOs then focus on how to achieve the goals and how to bring the impacts into the decisions of the state and decisions that concern the NGO sector as such. Now, because the state or the public administration is focusing on activities on the non-profit advocating platforms, we are looking for the optimum cooperation within NEON, and we're looking for strategic partnership between the non-profit and the public sector. We need greater openness, and we need to make sure we have mechanisms for a long-term, more systemic inclusion of NGOs and decision-making and their networks. Now, on the sides of the NGOs, it's not only important what we do, but how we do it. How do we represent the particular actors, and what goals do we represent, and what language we choose when we enter the negotiations, and what are our roles? These are just some of the important questions that we have to ask ourselves when we opt for cooperation. Now, if you think of globalization or sustainable development, sometimes we see that we don't always have the same definition, and that our definition may not always be met with welcoming words in other organizations. So when we speak about the cooperation between NGO and the state, we have to bear in mind that we have different actors, various approaches, and that is why it is important that we meet, discuss, hold innovative conferences where we can exchange our views, and we should make sure that we maintain and strengthen the principles of respect and cooperation and democracy in the Czech Republic and in the EU. Today and tomorrow, I would like to welcome you to hold a debate that is constructive, self-reflective and fruitful. And let's distinguish between the opinions and the bearers of the opinions. Let's take this conference as an opportunity to widen our opinions, and let's enjoy our cooperation, and let's enjoy good life, I would say. So I thank you upfront for your participation, and I'm really looking forward to what we are going to debate this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. And let me invite our first guests over. Silva Pichová will be the moderator of the first panel. Please come over. And let me pass the floor over to you. Silva Pichová is the director of the Permanent Conference of Associations in Education. She is also a member of the Government Council for NGOs and a chair of the EU Committee of the Government Council of NGOs. Let me pass the floor. Good afternoon. Let me welcome you to this first opening panel, which is dedicated to participation, the reason for participation, the benefits of it. And we've got we are really lucky because we managed to bring to the panel not only our dear foreign guests, but very important local actors as well. And I hope that the time we'll spend together will be as fruitful as possible. The questions are such as follows. What value does the participation of NGOs, representatives in policy development and interpretation would bring to us? What are the principles of this participation? How to ensure transparency? Who are the stakeholders and which conditions we need? What are the conditions for participation of NGOs? We have present in here Zdislava Ostrčilová, Deputy Director for the Family Policy and Social Services section at the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs. Good afternoon, Madam. Then Mr. Paul Braithwaite, who is representing Open Government Partnership in here. He is the Senior Regional Coordinator for Europe. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation. And let me also welcome Filip Vagač, the Slovak Government Commissioner for Civil Society Development at the Ministry of Interior of the Slovak Republic. We also have present our online guests. Can we please connect to our online guests, or members of the panel, better say? Hello. Welcome. Welcome. Again, starting with a lady, Roxana Bedrule, European Commission, Directorate General for Regional and Urban Policy. Madam, welcome. I hope you can hear us well. Then we have Lukáš Pachta, European Commission from DG Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion. Hello. Hello. Greetings from Brussels. And last but not least, Mr. Daniel Trinka from OECD. He's the Deputy Head of the Regulatory Policy Division. Hello. Hello from Paris. To start with, we would like to ask Paul to deliver his opening address to this panel about participation and cooperation with NGOs. You've got 6 minutes, Paul.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you very much for the invitation to come. It's my first time in Prague, first time in Czech Republic, and if all conferences in the Czech Republic are like this, then my expectations are now very high. So I should have some slides, hopefully, if we can have them on the screen as well. But I'm delighted to be here to talk to you about this topic of civil society participation in public policies, because that really goes to the heart of what the Open Government Partnership is all about. It's really what we do. So I'm going to present to you just a quick snapshot of a research report we published last year, which assembled 10 years of data from the experience of OGP since its foundation in 2011 on this topic of civil society participation. But I understand that people may not be familiar with OGP, so I'll just very quickly introduce what OGP is and how it works. So we were founded in 2011 by government and civil society leaders. We are essentially a movement which is about passing reforms, government reforms that increase citizens' access to information, opportunities to participate, and enhance government accountability. We have 77 national members, 106 local members, and thousands of civil society organisations involved in OGP, and the Czech Republic has been a member since 2011, whether you knew it or not, but it has been and has completed 5 OGP action plans to date. So how it works is that members produce a 2-year action plan, and that has to be done in collaboration between civil society and government. So there is a co-creation process at the heart, which every member must follow in order to create their 2-year action plan. And the action plan contains a set of reforms that enhance, I guess, the performance of government against those values I mentioned of participation, transparency and accountability. Beyond the national level as well, there are opportunities to engage in peer learning and exchange at an international level. Whilst OGP is a voluntary movement or mechanism, there are some standards and rules that we expect our members to meet. Most particularly, those are minimum standards for participation and co-creation, which everybody must meet. And we have an internal accountability mechanism called the Independent Reporting Mechanism, which checks that member governments have met those participation standards and also looks at the commitments that they have made and assesses their. And obviously, the quality of those processes is variable, and we can assess at the overall level what is the impact of that civil society participation. And I suppose the way that we undertake in this presentation, I'm conflating, I suppose, public participation and civil society participation. We might explore that issue later, but for the purposes of simplicity, I'll keep it together for now. So civil society engagement in OGP is usually through something called a multi-stakeholder forum at a national level, which assembles various civil society actors and governmental actors, and they oversee the action plan creation process. But there must also be wider opportunities for the public and civil society organisations to put forward ideas and to take part in a dialogue. And another key aspect of the process is that those stakeholders receive feedback for the ideas that they have submitted, because of course not every idea can go forward to implementation, but it's a requirement that people at least receive an explanation for why not. So essentially the theory behind that is, obviously if you are designing government reform commitments with the engagement of wider society and civil society, then in theory that should result in a set of commitments that speak to the problems that people are experiencing in their daily lives. So we hope that by doing civil society participation, we get more ambitious commitments. We also, through peer accountability, get higher rates of completion and ultimately better results. That's the theory, and the vital signs research essentially looked at that to see if that had that is borne out by the evidence over the first 10 years of OGP. And the good news is that basically the answer is yes. So just to quickly break that down, so first of all, when we look at the level of ambition in OGP action plans, you see here on the graph, along the bottom are the different levels or intensities of participation. So right from no consultation through inform, consult, involve and collaborate. So you might be familiar with the ladder of participation or the spectrum of participation. These levels are taken from there. We actually expect all of our members to at least meet the involve standard. However, as you can see, not everybody does. But what you can see is a very clear pattern. The more that civil society are involved and the more the public are involved, the higher the level of ambition of the commitments in the plan. Then when we look at the completion of those commitments, whether they're actually delivered and fulfilled, again, we see the same pattern. The higher the level of civil society involvement, the higher the level of completion. And finally, probably the most important one is, do those commitments actually result in changes in the real world? Again, over the 10 years and across all of our member countries, you see a very clear pattern. The greater the involvement of civil society, the greater the real world results. So this is really good news for all of those of us who believe in civil society participation, because of course a lot of us believe in civil society participation and public participation because it is inherently a good thing. But we also need this evidence to show that it works and that it will deliver results. So here is very good news for governments and civil society that collaboration produces results. So I appreciate that this data is a little bit abstract, so just one quick concrete example of what that means in a particular OGP member. So I thought I would draw an example from a country that's on all of our minds at the moment, Ukraine. And you may or may not know that prior to Russia's invasion, that Ukraine was one of the best performers within OGP, and there's very strong civil society government collaboration in Ukraine, and this has resulted in some very significant results over recent years. So really that flowed from the Maidan revolution and the government that came in after the revolution on a pro-reform platform. So through the 2014 to 2015 OGP Action Plan, civil society and government focused in on anti-corruption efforts and looked particularly at public procurement, and they developed these digital tools together called ProZoro and DoZoro, and the purpose of those is to open public procurement data and allow for scrutiny of public tendering, and the results were pretty spectacular. In the first 2
I think it was a challenge for the interpreters as well to follow the speed of the speaker. I have one complementing question, and I would like to invite you also to use Slido to put forward your questions, because either we answer the questions right here or they will be answered later.
Across countries, I think it's fair to say. There are in some countries specialist NGOs whose mission is around open government or a dimension of open government, transparency or accountability or public participation. So for them, it's probably more of an easy reach. But the challenge is always to engage more widely and engage a more diverse set of NGOs. And I won't pretend we have the answer to that. I think that well-designed processes is one of the key factors for success. So, as I say, we have these multi-stakeholder forums in each member country, but they can be structured in very different ways. In some cases, they're very, very large. Like in Spain, they have one which has, I think, probably more than 100 organizations involved in it. And it only meets once a year, but they have various subcommittees who work on specific themes. In others, in the Czech Republic, it's more contained. It's maybe more kind of, I'm looking at František, he would know the answer to exactly how many people are on it, but it's probably less than 20 people. So it's different in every case, but yes, these challengers are constantly with us about how to resource civil society time. And as well, NGOs have to make choices about where they're going to put their efforts if they're in order to achieve their goals. So it has to be, with all participatory processes, people have to perceive effective results in order for their time to be valued.
Thank you. Thank you for your answer. Now let's move to the online world. And I would like to ask again to have a view of our online guests. I would like to give the floor now for an introductory word to Lukáš Bachta to give us an opening speech from the European Commission. So the floor is yours. Can you hear us? Yes, I hear you. Thank you. I would just like to ask you, the clicker doesn't work right now, so I have a presentation, so I can't switch the slides. So we'll have to say, please, next slide in the meantime. So that's the technicality. I welcome you from Brussels, together with the DJ Regio. My task is to introduce the concept of partnership when implementing the structural policies of the EU, especially when it comes to the European funds. So I'll be focusing on European Fund Plus. I have just a couple of minutes to explain that, so I'll try to do my best. It's quite an ambitious goal, I must admit, so I hope I'll succeed. So I'll be speaking about the community of practice of partnership, which is being set forward for the upcoming program period. I would like to ask you to switch to the next slide. No, I don't know if the instruction got through. I suppose there's a technical difficulty. Now we are dealing with a problem, and we hope it's going to work. So again, apologies on my side. But in the meantime, before we solve the technical difficulty, I would like to say that the principle of partnership is concerning the funds in the shared governance. You know them under the structural funds or cohesion funds or ESIF. These are funds that fall in the family of funds that are governed by the CPR regulation. Now, on the next slide, we see the definition of the partnership principle. Now, there's a very important fundament that is being employed since 1988, and it can be defined as follows. It's a principle that requests a close cooperation between the government bodies on state, regional and local level, and together with the other bodies in the civic society. The partners should be actively involved in the entire cycle of the program, preparing, carrying out, monitoring and evaluating the program. Now, this is valid for the central level, which in the Czech Republic means the participation of the partners in the government council for the structural funds, but also on the level of the regional programs that are all designed for a particular purpose, and that is also reflected in the monitoring bodies and the body for tackling the particular tasks and challenges. Now, for the closing, the finishing program period is defined by European Code of Conduct, and the principles of this codex, of the Code of Conduct, is following the participation of the partners to participate in the implementation of the funds, and their representability, so that the partners are really representing those who should be represented, so that they are not just nominees from the political parties. And the last principle is transparency of the nomination of the partners into particular bodies. Now, linked to this is a discussion in the professional bodies in the Czech Republic whether the nomination of the civil society representatives via the Council of the Government for the civil sector, whether it's sufficient, whether it ensures transparency of the nomination. So it's still an open question, and I would like to ask you for the next slide. Now, this is just for your information. What is the evaluation of the ending period, program period? From the chart, you can see the participation, the actual participation, or the perceived involvement of partners, and the best is the upper right-hand corner. Here you can see that the Czech Republic is doing about the average for the program period 2014 to 2020. So hopefully the evaluation of the program period will continue also in the future. I'll be jumping rather quickly because we do not have enough time for the opening speech, but I hope there will be more time for the discussion later on. Now, I work in the Department for European Social Fund, and the principle of partnership is defined by a regulation, just like the CPR regulation. And the member states, according to that regulation, have to allocate certain means to create participation, to allow for participation of the civil sector, so that the partners from the civil sector can implement projects and participate and get involved in dealing with the target setting for that period. Now, the European Social Fund Plus is built on close cooperation between the partners, namely the civil society. It's extremely important because the implementation of the project within the ESF Plus, just like education, social inclusion and material support, very much depend on the cooperation of the civil society with the government. And also civil society are the bearers often of these projects, so that's why their voice is extremely important to be heard. The next slide is showing on the most visible part, which is showing the principle of partnership in practice is the composition of the monitoring committees for the program, for the Employment Plus program. It's a public list, so you can comment on the composition of the monitoring committee, and you can publicly comment on the composition. And the Glopolis gave me a study recently that focused on the topic, and in the case of Czech Republic and the new program period. And this debate instigated certain discussion in the expert circles, and the question that was repeatedly asked whether we are sufficiently represented. I know I'm speaking on behalf of the civil society. Now, you can see the operational program Employment Plus that has been approved. This was the first Czech program that has been approved. And the composition of the monitoring committee is reflecting the scope of the program. And here you can see that the composition of this committee is balanced, that there is no majority by neither of the party that are represented in the monitoring committee, and the civil society representatives are 7, which is, I think, a rather abundant representation, I would say. Now, here we have an operational program, Jan Amos Komensky, which is a program funded by the ESF and from the Fund for Regional Development, and it's focused not only on education, but also on research and development. And the composition of the monitoring committee reflects that, of course. So that's why we have a lot of members of the education and research institutions. But even here, you can see that none of the groups has a clear majority in the monitoring committee. So here you can say that the representation of the civil society is slightly lower, but again, the reasons are obvious. And you may argue whether that it might be too low, but again, this is a program aimed for education and research. And my last slide, or next to last slide. Now, the Commission understands the partnership with civil society in a broader term, not just like this regulation says for the European funds. The European Commission is trying to listen to what the civil society sector says, both when we speak about the European funds, the structural funds. And as an example of good practice, I would say, is the Act on Social Housing, which is an initiative that emerged from the civil society in the Czech Republic. It's the Act on the Social and Available Housing, which is the entire name of the Act. And here the European Commission played an important role in that it came with recommendations for each country in terms of what should be covered by or included in the Act. So the Commission got in contact with the NGO that was promoting social housing and affordable housing, and the debates that followed in the Parliament, in the House of Representatives and the Senate, then led to the emergence of the Act. So that's all on my behalf, and I would like to thank you for the invitation to this conference, and I would like to give the floor now to my colleagues so that we don't lose much time. I'm staying with you. I'm ready to answer your questions that you might have. Thank you. Thank you. And I would like to give the floor to Roxana Bedrula, who will link. And I understood that you will have to leave us afterwards. So we give you the floor now, and we'll have a look at whether we have any questions to you. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I hope you can hear me. The sound was a bit choppy for me, but I really hope you can hear me. As the remote doesn't seem to work, I kindly ask colleagues to put on my slides, please.
Řeší se to, tak jenom prosím chviličku strpení.
We are working on it. Please bear with us. Just a second.
Okay, no problem. Okay, you can put on the first slide of the presentation. And I will start saying that I'll follow on my colleague's trail and share with you the perspective from the European Commission, namely what the Commission does to help improve and strengthen the partnership principle across the funds. In my presentation, I will make a short overview of the European Community of Practice on Partnership, ECOP in short. I'll start with a little bit of context. Establishing the European Community of Practice on Partnership is a requirement that is set out in Article 18 of the European Code of Conduct on Partnership. It also draws on the experiences of the Community of Practice that was established under the ESF Transnational Cooperation Platform, active between 2015 and 2019. Now, this has been a thematic network which covered mostly ESF, although other funds were also discussed, but on an ad hoc basis, let's say. The current Community of Practice has been set up by the Commission with the aim to provide an impetus to the implementation of the partnership principle, and as such, it involves all 2021-27 Common Provision Regulations funds and the Common Agriculture Policy funds, which, while not in the CPR, in the current CPR, they still have the partnership principle in their legislative framework. We can move on to the next slide, please. And I can say a little bit about the objectives and the format of ECOP, which okay, thank you. So ECOP aims to be a platform for experts and practitioners at all levels of funds implementation, where they can exchange first and foremost good practices. The objectives of the community are to facilitate exchange of experience with regard to the practice of partnership, to stimulate capacity building, to disseminate relevant outcomes, in particular good practices and innovative approaches, and to review the application and functioning of the European Code of Conduct, and of course prepare proposals for a potential update. The ECOP operates in the setting of plenary meetings. We've had the first annual plenary meeting in April this year, and the second plenary meeting is scheduled for February next year. In between, the members are working in subgroups which are split thematically on key issues, but I'll come back later to this point. If we can move to the next slide. And I can tell you a little bit about the current membership. The community has currently 160 members, representing, on the one hand, managing authorities and coordination bodies from almost all member states, as well as partners from among those that are stipulated in Article 8. So there are 6 working subgroups. These are designed to encourage improvement in the implementation of the partnership principle across different funds. Smaller informal sub-theme groups are possible. The operating principle, it's, let's say, self-management. Members need to agree on processes for working together, and they have to set member responsibilities. They have dedicated working and meeting spaces, and must connect at regular intervals between the 2 plenary meetings. And here you have an overview of the group's different tasks, right from gathering and exchanging relevant practices from different funds, member state, regions, local areas, relating to their chosen team. Then information gathered on their chosen team, create an output that draws on the emerging findings and lessons to share with all ECOP members, and finally present their outputs at the plenary meetings. And to conclude, hopefully I managed to keep my time. We can move on to the last slide. And I can say that the European Commission, through the shared management DGs, fully supports the European Community of Practice on Partnership in the 2021-27 programming period, becoming a genuine forum for practitioners at all levels of funds implementation. The partnership principle is one of the key pillars of the funds of the cohesion, EU cohesion policy. So building and improving a structured, a transparent and a long-lasting relationship between all actors involved in the policy-making process is essential and can directly help reaching good cooperation to better understand the assets and the needs of particular territories, regions and countries. So this is all from my side. Many, many thanks for listening. And I wish you a very fruitful discussion. Wishing, of course, that I was there as well.
Moc děkujeme. Paní Petru, jenom se chci zeptat, je ještě příležitost tady.
Madam, are you still here? Are you still here, madam?
Příležitost pro jednu poslední otázku doplňující.
Can we ask you one more question?
To vyžaduje.
What kind of structure do you need on national level? What do you expect from the national level in terms of support network? Cooperating support network. Is it clear, the question? What do you need from the national level for your platform to function? Omlouvám se, já vás pořádně neslyším. Je to velmi fragmentované, ten zvuk, který já dostávám. Okay, let's leave it. Obviously, there is a technical problem there. Thank you very much for your participation.
Děkuji.
Thank you very much.
Tak, pojďme na další vstup.
Let's proceed to the next speaker, Daniel Trnka, who is also online. Daniel Trnka represents OECD. He is the deputy head of the Regulatory Policy Division. The floor is yours, sir. Hello again to Prague. Thank you very much for invitation. I'm sorry I can't be there in person. Unfortunately, my agenda changed and I wasn't able to travel to Prague. The OECD mission decided not to go to Prague. We'll be going only next month, but at least I've got this opportunity to talk to you online. It won't be surprising to you if I say that OECD and the Public Governance Directorate, which I'm representing here, considers the participation of public in public governance as the key element of open government and modern government. Without participation, I can't imagine quality policies and quality legislation. There are two key benefits, in my opinion. First, it becomes more democratic. The process becomes more democratic. If public has access and if public can comment on public policies creation, the process is more open, more democratic, and therefore more legitimate. The second thing is outsourcing. I'd call it outsourcing, or cheap labor in inverted commas. The public officials can get precious information from the public because the information is there with the stakeholders. When working on policies, when working on legislation, public officials can actually build on information that they receive from the public sector, because the public sector knows what impact it may have on individuals' lives. You working at the government don't have information about what's going on out there, and therefore these consultants from the public sector can help you a lot. OECD has issued quite a lot of publications. You can look at OECD/public governance, and you'll see quite a lot of information there. Our OECD guidelines for citizen participation are one set of documents I would like to draw your attention to. It's like guidelines for the public sector to participate. There are quite a lot of case studies in there as well, and should you be interested in this field, and you probably are because you are here at this conference, please download it and read it. To increase public participation in public policies, we need to change the culture on the side of the public authorities, but also on the side of the public, of the citizens. The citizens must be interested in becoming actively involved. The public needs certain skills and also certain channels through which citizens, individuals, or NGOs may get involved in the process. NGOs can play a vital role in this respect, not only in educating the public about how to become involved, but also in respect of providing the communication channel which is necessary for participation. It's a kind of an interface in between the public and the government sector. In OECD, we recognize three types of participation. First, informing the public. Second, public in consultation process, which is a two-way process. We post information on the internet and we seek comments. That's the better version. Sometimes comments don't come. It's not very good. And the third level is engagement. That's real cooperation with the NGOs as well as individuals from the very beginning of the formation of the public policy. It's a process in many situations which can really help the public sector, but it's complex and it requires the change of mindset, so to speak, of the public officials. Our organization's been running a public review of the government sector in the Czech Republic. And this survey or review has revealed that the participation culture is in a way missing in the Czech Republic. The public is not as much involved as it could be, and it reflects in a bad results in respect of indicators. For example, quality indicators of public involvement in the government endeavors is quite low. It's actually below average here in the Czech Republic. Not everything is wrong, of course. There are lots of island of excellence there. For example, the Strategic Framework 2030, which enables participation, but it's not system-based in a way. What's missing is a horizontal vision across the government sector, across the public and NGOs. There are guidelines for public participation, etc., but nobody really is aware of them, or very few people are aware of them, and those who are aware of them don't use them to the fullest anyway. There are many people who are reluctant to go into it. Public officials say, we don't want to involve the public because it hasn't been approved of, it's too early, we may be revealing information which hasn't been approved of, and we also may be accused of giving into lobbying. In the Czech Republic, we tend to create various committees, government committees, high-level committees, but we need low-level committees as well. We need committees and groups that build on the public participation. That's what we are missing, really. What we are also missing is supervision and enforcement of public involvement. For example, the Commission for Assessment of RIA, it works on the level of the legislative government committee. That Commission should really be involved in the legislative process. But unfortunately, in the review process, its role has been diminished and it's missing on the central level. What's missing on the central level is a coordination body which would be enforcing, or better say, motivating the public officials to involve the public in the process. Last but not least, one example. Czech Republic is one of the few OECD countries which is missing a public consultation portal, public consultation on legislation and government documents. We've got ECLEP. Every citizen can look into ECLEP and see documents and send an email to the legislator or to the ministry, but people are not aware of this ECLEP. They don't use it. Nobody's informed about it, and nobody's actually disseminating information about it. So that may be one of the reasons why participation is not as massive as it should be in the Czech Republic. We'll now give the floor to our guest. Thank you very much, by the way. We are now coming back to Europe, to the Czech Republic and Slovakia, to see how participation and NGO involvement is working in our respective countries. So, Deputy Minister Ostrčelová, please, would you like to take the floor?
Good afternoon. I would like to first thank the organisers, and what I've heard in the beginning warmed my heart, because I spent 18 years as a director of NGOs, and I was encountering some barriers on that side. And then when I turned to be a local politician, and then now I'm a deputy minister at the Ministry of Work and Social Affairs, I see other barriers from the other side. So I'm very much concerned by this topic because I think that civil society is the only good way. Active civil society is the only good way for democracy and quality democracy. So I'm very grateful for this topic and for everything that we were speaking about in the beginning. And our mutual responsibility is something that is resonating with me to a great degree. It's a challenge not only for the civil society, but also for us as civil servants. We should be helpful. Now, we at the Ministry of Work and Social Affairs, for instance, the section that I'm heading, we have roughly 2,500 partners among the NGOs. It's because I'm in charge of social policy and family policy, because most of the activities, or I would say more than 50% of the activities that the state is providing is through the social services of the NGOs. And I'm thinking about the social services, and the family policy is quite clear. But then the implementation of the principle is not always clear and evident. So we have to set some rules for the cooperation and for the consultation process so that our work is efficient, so that we don't prolong the time needed to process and prepare the draft of the agenda or the draft of the government strategies and policies, because then we might be exceeding the 4-year mandate that we are given. And you often hear that whatever you don't start and develop within the first 2 years of your government, then you will not succeed. So we view as absolutely essential to communicate all the documents and communicate them rightly in the field. So again, I'm extremely happy for this kind of conference. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Minister. I would like to give the floor to Filip Vagač, the Commissioner of the Slovak government for the development of civil society at the Ministry of Interior of the Slovak Republic. So how well are you doing in developing the cooperation between the government agencies and the state sector? Now, I'm very happy to see a lady on behalf of the government. This is something I'll bring over to Slovakia. No, well, I think we have one woman in the government, but anyway, I hope I'll, so I wear my hat. You manage to bring more women to the government. Now, what I want to say is that I was informed that I'm supposed to prepare a PowerPoint presentations. I have none, unfortunately, but I'll be mentioning fundamental things. I was preparing for the conference. And I think we met with Paul 3 or 4 days ago, where there was a regional meeting for open governance. And I won't mention the details because we have some European Commission, and I have to say the European Commission because we were funded by the European Commission. And we achieved to carry out a national program for increasing participation. And these were 2 million euros for 2 years, which allowed us to dive into greater depth and do an analysis where are we in Slovakia right now. And we focused on the public administration partly as well. And we were able to assess where we are doing well and where we are not doing so well. And we started with 12 pilot projects of participation policy creation. These were examples, I would say rather teasers, how to do things differently. And in those projects, we had some very important policies, long-term care. And I think it's a topic also in the Czech Republic, because there is a missing care policy in this respect. And I think we all had to rethink our policy in this respect, because we had a concept of how to work with the youth, but not the long-term care, etc. And we had a Council of Youth that also got involved in the discussion. And the concept, the policy was created in a mutual dialogue, in a conversation that enriched everyone. We also had environmental education, which took place in Trenčín, which is part of Slovakia, where we managed to set, thanks to the NGOs that were working with the youth, either through the education process in schools, but in leisure time activities after school. But and I don't want to mention all the 12 projects, but I want to show you that within those first efforts to contribute to the participation in Slovakia, that we managed to bring first examples that showed that participation is much better than no participation of the civil sector. And we saw that the benefits for everyone is much better, much higher than if we do not participate as a civil society. So that was component one. And the next component was to educate the public sector, the civil servants. Let's admit it, the civil servants have to be trained and change the thinking, because you can change the training. I mean, the civil servants can be trained, but then the question is whether they actually change the mindset, because often, they put things on paper, but then when it comes to actual implementation, they said, how, we don't want to, we don't know how, or, So that was one of the outcomes of the first part of the project. And the good news was that because the project succeeded, and the European Commission said, okay, for the next period, from 20 to 23, we have a project called Party. It's not about having party, but it's about that for the next 3-year period, we were able to continue with the debate, public debate on the participation in the government policies, and the range of topics grew even wider. The topics are not yet finalized, and the public service was one of the topics, because the public services should be done by the state, but then of course it's also NGOs that do the public service on behalf of the state. And now the state sometimes is not of the opinion that the NGOs should be allowed to perform the public service of the state. So it's not always easy. So that's why we have the debate. And I would say we were halfway through, and I think we still have to debate what services will be provided by the state and what services will be provided by the NGOs on behalf of the state. Because the NGOs know better in some areas how to deliver the public services to the people than the state. So that was part one. And the second part was focusing on participating, on increasing the participation of citizens. We start to see the added value, but not all of us see the added value yet. The added value is the increased trust between the state and the citizens. Sometimes we are doing very bad in the respect that we do not have the confidence of the citizens. So when we increase the level of participation, then we can see the shift also in the trustworthiness of the government. It's important to see also that the participation leads to an outcome. So, and that's all from me. Thank you.
Since we started with Paul, I should like to finish the panel with him as well. Unfortunately, we didn't have any time for discussion, but I should like to ask at least one question. You know, we are at the beginning of the process of setting up high-quality participation in both countries. What should we pay attention to? I mean, in this phase, what do you think we should pay increased attention to?
Lots of things. I'll try to be brief. I suppose maybe I'll pick out two issues. One would be to be clear about what kind of participation we're talking about, what's the purpose of it, and to make a distinction between public participation or citizen participation, as a number of people have referenced, and participation by civil society organisations or NGOs. These are both very valuable things, but they are different in their in the way that they should be incorporated. And I think probably if I was to have a bias or perhaps an emphasis, I think that enhancing the direct role of the public and citizens in our democracy is one of the key challenges of the times that we live in. If we're going to rebuild trust, if we're going to counter the arguments of populists and autocrats, then we need to find ways to give people a voice. Of course, NGOs are a critical part of that. NGOs, especially in environments which in the past have been autocratic or where civic space is restricted, then NGOs have a critical role in speaking up for people who cannot do it themselves. But I think as much as possible, NGOs should try to facilitate public participation. And in that vein, we're seeing lots of innovation in the last few years about democratic innovations and ways that people can be directly involved in decision-making themselves. Citizens' assemblies might be one that you've heard of. Participatory budgeting, I know, is another one that you have some experience of here in Czech Republic, but there's lots more besides. And the roles of NGOs within those processes can be either facilitating those or perhaps providing expert testimony to those to help educate citizens and help citizens to bring concrete recommendations to government. There's a phrase that is used in Northern Ireland, where I'm from. I'm not sure how well it translates, but it's used by community activists, and they say, "Nothing about us without us is for us." So I think that's a useful slogan for us to remember, is that where at all possible, we should be asking people and giving people the opportunity to speak for themselves, because in the end, somebody else speaking on somebody's behalf is always going to be a more imperfect reflection of the challenges they're facing. That's one thing. Second point, very quickly, is just about the need to kind of, often with this innovation happening, we can have lots of very good one-off processes. So the other point is to be, as the title of the conference suggests, strategic about these. So we need to, yes, invest in kind of these innovations and find out good ways of doing things, but ultimately they need to be embedded into the culture and institutions of government. And we are only, no country has got the ideal model of this yet. But there are experiments. You know, it's great that in Slovakia they have a participation unit. Similarly, in France, there's a Centre for Citizen Participation, so having resources within government for that. The NGO participation methodology that's being developed in Czech Republic, again, thinking about legislative processes and where citizen participation or civil society participation fits, thinking about the whole policy cycle and not just, as tends to be the case, the kind of late stage of policy development, which is often where participation comes in. And so thinking about the kind of strategic ways and embedding participation so that it becomes the normal way of doing things.
Moc děkuji. Já bych ráda tímto uzavřela tento zahajovací panel a poprosím, jestli můžeme vidět ty hosty, jestli jsou stále s námi online.
Thank you very much for commenting on this panel. Thank you very much for participating. Paul Braithwaite, Lukáš Pachta, Roxana Bedrule, Madame Zdislava Ostrčilová, Daniel Trnka, Filip Vangač. Thank you very much, and I wish you success in your personal and work life, and thank you very much for answering the questions I had and opening the space for further deliberations. Thank you very much.
Děkujeme. Já bych jenom chtěla oznámit tedy přestávku na
Thank you. Now it's time for a short break. Ethno Catering is providing us with refreshments and beverages today. This company employs foreigners who came to the Czech Republic for many different reasons, political, ethnical, etc. And we are meeting their culture through the food they are serving us as well. I hope that you will enjoy what's been prepared for us, and we shall reconvene at 15:02. Please use the break for networking, for discussions, and I hope that in your discussions you will even go beyond the framework of what's been debated here today.
Všechny, kdo jsou u výborného etnokateringu.
Let me ask all of those who are enjoying the excellent food to come over here. You can bring your food. Unfortunately, I cannot hear the speaker. She's not speaking into the microphone.
Zprávy z toho, jak probíhá.
Unfortunately, I couldn't hear the speaker. Let's pass the floor over to Tereza Pospíšilová, who prepared a survey for the Government Council for NGOs on cooperation of the public administration with stakeholders and networks of NGOs. So let's look at hard data first, and then let's look at experience and case studies which are behind the hard data. It's up to you, Teresa. Cannot hear the speaker again? Yes, thank you. Thank you for the floor. I should like to use the 10 minutes which I've got to briefly introduce to you our survey, which we conveyed in cooperation with the Government Council for NGOs. We wanted to survey the cooperation in between the government on one side and NGOs on the other side. Our survey was based on questionnaires primarily, which we circulated to government ministries, about 200 of various departments and sections, and then we circulated this questionnaire to all the NGOs which are on the list of the Government Council. Conclusions. The departments and sections of individual ministries take interest in cooperating with the NGOs. 2/3 of the respondents responded that they did take interest. The potential is definitely there. Government ministries are not against cooperation. And then we asked for 4 reasons for cooperating with the NGOs. We asked many different questions to individual NGOs and also umbrella organizations, and the answers were very similar. NGOs, network organizations, and umbrella organizations, they all gave about the same answers. The key reasons for cooperating with NGOs is their expertise, information they may share, but also the principle is of key value. In principle, one should cooperate with NGOs, and also cooperating with networking organizations and umbrella organizations of NGOs is more fruitful than cooperating with individual NGOs. What is the extent of organization in between the government sector and NGOs on the other side? We asked in particular about cooperation, various incidents of cooperation, 180 corporations altogether, in average 1.1 corporation per units or section, or department. There are ministries which cooperate more, some of them cooperate less. Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs got the highest cooperation. The most commonly quoted NGOs were Green Circle. Green Circle is an umbrella organization of many NGOs which are involved in environmental issues. Then you have another umbrella organization, which is Association of NGOs, which is a partner to many ministries because it covers a wide area. Then you've got the Consortium of NGOs working with migrants. It's an umbrella organization or a network organization which got very focused target groups, but also covers many different government agencies. How does the cooperation actually look like? It's very long term. That came as a surprise to us. Some of these cooperations are lengthy, 6 to 10 years. That's the most most frequent answer. Cooperation is usually informal, without any formal procedures or rules. Government ministries, when describing their cooperation, were quite positive about their experience. Especially they valued high the expertise, representation, and also capacities within these networks. We were questioning not only government ministries, but also networks or umbrella organizations. Oftentimes they responded positively. They're positive about their cooperation. Representatives were a bit critical of some aspects of cooperation. Networks and umbrella organizations always invest more into this cooperation than representatives of government agencies. We also asked about the level of match in terms of values. That means whether when cooperating, both respondents felt that their values were the same or similar. Their political views and targets were rather similar. That was something what was rated quite low amongst NGOs. It seems that it's a partnership of two different worlds, which function differently, whose priorities are different, and therefore it does not come without saying that there are shared values. The values have to be debated and shared values actually found in the course of cooperation. It's something what you cannot expect. Shared values have to be built throughout the cooperation cycles. I stopped watching the time, but I still have time. Okay. What are the limits of partnership, cooperation, or barriers, better say? We asked both parties, NGOs and the government sector. You can see that NGOs perceive the barriers as more urgent than the representatives of the public sector. There are also differences in perception of these barriers, but both parties agree on one key barrier, which is important for both of them, and that is lack of capacity, economic, HR, etc. on the side of the NGOs. Also, lack of information about NGOs. That's a barrier on the side of the government sector. There were other barriers both parties actually did not agree on. Their responses varied. Both parties were describing themselves individually as open for cooperation, but were perceived as not as open. Definitely there is a kind of information barrier which is perceived by both parties. What about the criteria for establishing cooperation? Which criteria are important for the public service to enter into cooperation? Criterion number one would be the issues covered. Of course, the issues covered by the NGOs must be the issues covered by the ministry as well, or by the public sector agency. Also, the expert background's important. A lot actually is covered by the setup of the NGO, experience, legal status, etc. Those criteria are also important, but much less. Those are the green criteria, much less important than the blue ones. Surprisingly, the number of member organizations or geographical coverage are not as important for the public sector. What is important for the public sector is expertise, transparency, activity, and focus. Let's look at conditions of a good partnership. Once partnership's been established, it must work well. That's also important. Representatives of public sector and NGOs agreed on some procedural issues as on issues that were important for them. We see that, for example, deadlines, feedback, space for comments, timely information sharing, transparent criteria for selection of partners, and their nomination into different working groups and steering committees. That's perceived as important for both parties. There were also conditions that were important for NGOs but not for the government sector. Those are issues that concern long-term cooperation, for example, long-term cooperation contracts, analysis commissioned to NGOs, maybe subsidies that help NGOs be partners and function as partners, etc. Partner cooperation is not for free. It's got its costs, and representatives of the government sector cooperate with NGOs during their workday, while there are lots of costs on the side of NGOs, travel costs and other costs. We asked about these costs in our questionnaires, and we realized that umbrella organizations and networks allocate quite a lot of money. To a fifth of them register costs associated to cooperation with the government sector. We were also seeking answer to whether such costs are reimbursed or partially covered by the government sector. In most cases, it's not the case, and if there are any contributions or reimbursement, it's up to 10% of the costs incurred. To conclude with, you'll actually find a lot of information when you look at the full text of the survey, but to conclude with, I would like to share a couple of recommendations. First, recommendation number one is to increase exchange of information, improve the exchange of information, increase the quality of partner selection. It's very important for the public sector to find the right partners in NGOs. NGOs must be not only expert-based, but also very transparent. And last but not least, the data show that partnership cooperation would benefit from more stable framework of cooperation, something what would give more security, so to speak, to networks and umbrella organizations. Thank you very much. That's it from me, and thank you for attention.
Děkujeme.
Thank you, Teresa. I forgot to mention that she is from the Charles University, from the Law of Humanitarian Studies. I would like to give the floor now to David Ondráček, a colleague of mine, David Ondráčka, will be leading the second panel and will be also introducing the panelists. So if you have a question, you can use the Slido to put your questions to the panelists. Democracy Together, hashtag Democracy Together. And I would like to greet once again all the online participants, and I give the floor to David. All right, so let's get started. Let's speak about the concrete examples from real life. I have the honor to moderate two panels. Each of them will be hosting 6 panelists, and we want to hear the experience from across the sectors, from the public administration, also from the private sector or NGOs. David Ondráčka, I suppose you know me as the former director of Transparency International, and I was dealing with public policy more or less, and I find a great meaning in expanding cooperation between the state sector and the NGO. That's why I'm also cooperating with Glopolis and why I'm sitting here as the moderator of the second panel. I would like to introduce the great guests that we have today. I'll start from the Ministry for Regional Development, Richard Nikischer, the head of the Department for Developing the Rural Areas of the Department of Strategies and Analysis of Regional Policies and Rural Policies. It's a long name, but nevertheless, he is here. Markéta Pěchoučková from the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs of the Czech Republic. He is the head of the Department for Projects dealing with social innovation. You see the title is shorter, we're progressing. Martin Polášek from the Ministry of Environment, from the unit of the Policy for Environment and Sustainable Development. Anna Karinková, the director of the Hnutí Duha, the Rainbow Movement. Marta Smolíková from the Otevřená společnost, the Open Society, and Tomáš Habart from the Člověk v tísni, the director of the program Variance. Now, we shall be having a conversation amongst ourselves, but we also want to get into the very core of the problem. These panelists have a unique experience with the topic, and of course we'll be giving floor to you either here in the audience or on the Slido. I'll start with the ladies and I'll ask all of you question number 1. Can you name a positive example of the cooperation, strategic cooperation with the NGOs? What is your experience? I'll start with Markéta Pěchoučková. Just a technicality, you have to turn on the microphone and move the chair closer to the microphone. Well, I think we started from the other end. I'm from the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs, and I'm not dealing with policy creation. I'm dealing with subsidy policy, subsidy strategies. So I have no direct experience. I can be telling stories that I was told, which I'm not sure. So I don't have a first-hand experience. But I'm in charge of operational programs, and I'm in charge of calling for proposals for the subsidy, and my task is to make sure that we have subsidies that are relevant for the Czech Republic. So, and the cooperation in my case and the consultation is part of the official procedure, because we have, of course, it's part of the methodology. We debate on the official level, and we also debate and consult in an informal way with my colleagues. So, and as I was reading through the umbrella organizations, from my point of view, it's not always umbrella organization as such, or it's not always networking organizations, because particular NGOs have a much greater impact for us. They are much more precious source of information and cooperation for me. So it is important for me also, but what I know from my colleague, those who prepare the calls for submissions for the subsidies, they are intensively consulting the NGOs that will be the target for the subsidies. So that's what I know. And that's about all I can say about it. Okay, well, thank you. I'm happy to see that you distinguish between the particular individual NGOs and the umbrella organizations. Because what Teresa was saying, that not everyone is distinguishing at the ministries. I mean, not everybody is distinguishing between the umbrella organizations or NGOs, whether they distinguish how many members they represent, etc. So how do you see this? Well, it depends on what we need to deal with. As we were dealing with the first call for submissions, when we started with the networks, and we talked to the Association of non-profit, non-governmental organizations. Now, sometimes what we have is we call a selecting committee, so selection committee, and they deal with it. And sometimes when we contact the NGOs, we realize that we come to contact with people who are quite interesting, who have an in-depth knowledge of something that we have no idea about. So, of course, we don't. But then again, you don't want to consult only one network of NGOs, because none of the networks is all encompassing. So, when we were preparing the next call for capacity building, I talked to Honza, and he's not representing a network, but he is an expert on that area. So it always depends on the topic that we need to deal with. All right. Marta Smolíková from the Open Society. What examples would you like to share? You are the mother to all of us, I would say. Joking, of course, but you are quite experienced. Tell us. Well, I have been active in the non-profit sector for 30 years, and in the past 10 years we were spent supporting the active civil society, and we were dealing with participation and you name it. And I was around many things in the past. There is a cooperation going on, still not a partnership. And we have succeeded in many aspects, in many areas, but I would like to mention one of the last activities, and that is the National Plan for Reconstruction. And when this was drafted, the first signals from the Babiš government was that the core, or the most of the money, should be aimed at reconstruction of the construction of the bricks and stones, I would say, of the economies after COVID-19. And then we thought that it shouldn't be the case, because we had the biggest impact on people, not on the fundaments of the industry. So, and what we realized in the beginning, that it was difficult to draw the attention that the plan should be also focusing on the soft parts, not only on the hard parts. And it's not always what is the focus of the government. So we had to choose what strategy to take. Now, one of the sectors was the sector of culture, because the impact of COVID-19 was immense on the culture area. It was one of the hardest hit sector because the entire segment was closed. What was positive, the European Parliament issued a recommendation to the member states to allocate 2% of the budget to culture and creative industry. We appealed to that recommendation, but nobody reacted. So we saw the emergence of a campaign for creative Czechia, and the campaign was signed by 674 people. And we had among those people associations, NGOs, but we also have signatures of the regional representatives, regions, and the unions as well. And in the end, we managed to convince the government to change the budget allocation to the culture segment. Now, I'm a member of the women lobby, Czech women lobby, and one of the priorities of the program was to ensure equality between women and men, and this was not the case. Might I apologize? I'll be nasty to you now. So what conclusions do you draw? How come you succeeded in one part and you didn't succeed in the other part? I think the big role was played by the fact that we managed to deploy actors across all the sectors. When we try to tackle the inequality between women and men, and I'm just speaking about the recovery program of the EU, we realized that the people who were in charge of the program were not educated in terms of the equality of men and women. We also wanted to know how about the plan tackle the equality of races, and I'm speaking about the Roma people. Now, when we talked to the government about the Roma issues, they said, well, it can be just about anyone in any topic, but we didn't see the impact of that, the outcome on the distribution of the money. Now, we as NEON, we drafted a recommendation based on the knowledge we had and on the expertise of our member organizations, whether it was for the area of digitalization or supporting the culture and creative industries, for the crucial infrastructure, the green change, the green economy, the green transition, and equality of men and women and races, etc. So we made a huge investment on our side, but then the response, when it was difficult to actually implement the Marshall Plan, what we call it, if I make a metaphor to the after-war reconstruction. So the response was not that. We draw upon the expertise that we had. These were people that work in the field. This was the first contact with the clients and the recipients of the need, and they were also participating on the solution. And the response was nevertheless not adequate. They were not listened to. And this is a situation where we are after 30 years of building a civil society, and we are using these mighty words, and still we cannot work and include the civil society in our decision making.
Yes. Okay. Anna Karníková, what is your experience with trying to start cooperating on behalf of DUHA? DUHA is an organization which is quite often critical of the government agencies. So what are your positive and negative experiences with what you've been doing so far and establishing cooperation with the government service? We are an advocacy NGO, and we actually invest quite a lot of capacity into contacting public agencies, government agencies, the government itself, the parliament. And not all NGOs can actually do it. NGOs that are involved in advocacy strategies have their capacities to do that, and they should help others facilitate that as well. There should be partnerships and coalitions that help smaller NGOs which don't have the capacity to cooperate. When I was looking at the presentation, I thought, really, the devil is in the detail. When I look at climate change, we've been cooperating long term with the Ministry for the Environment, but the agencies, Ministry of Agriculture and Trade and Industry, they are very strong in climate change, and participation there is zero with them. So we want to protect public interest with these agencies, but we don't cooperate with them. There are many interest groups covering those agendas, and they need to become strong as well. If you look at subsidies, for example, which always for 7 years actually impact strongly how the government will be functioning, it's really difficult even for us with our extensive experience. One should really realize that there are agencies, even key agencies, which are important, for example, in the light of climate change, which don't participate at all. So you cooperate quite well with the Environment Ministry, but not with the Ministry of Trade and Industry. No, it's not the case that we don't know how to cooperate with them. You know, the development of renewables has become an issue, and protection of biodiversity and protection of the landscape will come next. And we've been trying to communicate with the Environment Ministry. It's been working well, but Ministry of Trade and Industry are not involved. And it's a lot about their communication, their internal interagency communication. In the next round, we'll definitely get to that. Martin Palášek from the Environment Ministry, please take the floor. Would you please share with you the types of cooperation with NGOs which you are involved in? Of course I can. I can highlight at least some of them. To start with, I should like to draw your attention to the fact that I'm not speaking on behalf of the Environment Ministry as such. The breadth of participation which the ministry is involved at. I will be speaking about activities of the unit, of my unit, the unit which used to be under the government. Now it's under the ministry, and that's Sustainable Development Department. We tried since 2017 under the Environment Ministry. We've been working on several strategic materials which are cross-cutting. That's the key principle. They are cross-cutting, cutting across all the agencies and other public institutions. From my experience, which I can go back later on, I can make three conclusions. Number one, participation is always about values, among others. If the ministry can actually tune itself on the same value level with the NGO, it will work well. But nobody can actually force the public agencies to participate. If they want to participate, they will. That's key. Number two, there is quite a lot of opposition against the public influencing the government considerations otherwise but through elections. So one thing is ethos and values. The value level can be solved, can be tackled, especially if we start talking about use instead of values, then more usefulness, whether it's useful to cooperate with NGOs, whether we can reach our goals faster. The key issue here on the side of the public service is that the public sector wishes to minimize costs. Participation, okay, but at minimum cost. In principle, it's okay, but in principle, it doesn't really bear the fruit. And it's not very good to those we are cooperating with. So minimize costs, that means no limited HR, limited costs, limited effort. You know, it's like public procurement, which if you go for price only, you know, we try to look at it from a different angle, and we keep saying, let's not look at the lowest costs possible. Let's look at the highest potential. The highest potential participation, of course, requires costs from both sides. It requires more complex forms of cooperation. The more complex form of cooperation, the higher the demands for HR, knowledge, expertise, etc. We've tried different ways of cooperation, and we always ran into the following problem. Policies are created in practice on a very particular level. Participation is important, yes, on the basis and principle level. That comes without saying. But when working on policies, we are talking about very detailed things on a very detailed level. And the survey actually showed that we need expertise. We need people on the NGO side who have capacity to talk about these details, to talk about these principles. And that's one of the things we kept running into when we try to establish cooperation with NGOs. We have capacity on our side. For example, we create a steering committee to cooperate with the NGOs. And when we created capacity on our side, it did work. But if we left it on NGOs, unfortunately, given the fact that their capacity is lower than ours, of course, most of them work in NGOs in their free time, and they don't have that much money. It was still interesting, but we knew that it was not going to be much. We knew that we couldn't go into detail. And therefore, our cooperation efforts actually ended up with several rounds of cooperation. First with general kind of audience, then with expert, then with more focused experts, and then we ended up not having any expert counterparts on the NGO side. So what I'm trying to say is that cooperation is really important if it manages to maximize the benefits. But to maximize the benefits, we have to really go into the very detail. And to go into the very detail, you need experts, not only on the side of the public sector, but especially on the side of the NGOs. And what can we do to help NGOs to get this capacity, to have this capacity to be able to cooperate with us on real policy issues? Thank you very much. You really framed it really well. We shouldn't be talking about money only. I mean, are we going to give NGOs money to get more expertise and to be able to go into policy issues on a very particular level? It remains a question. We could sit here for hours talking about NGO resources. NGOs are crying because they don't have any money, but maybe they're crying on a wrong grave because the government doesn't have any money to give to them. But your agenda is quite wide, and you can cover quite a lot of NGOs which have something to say. Mr. Vagac had said before the break, there are many of us, but we need more expertise, and that's exactly it. Now the Ministry for Regional Development. Let me pass the floor over to you, Mr. Nikisher. Thank you. Thank you for the floor. When talking about NGO cooperation, let me explain that our ministry coordinates support to NGOs, but we can talk about that later. And I've had an opportunity to be appointed as the head of a department which coordinates regional policy and housing policy. That's why I'm actually here. These are two fields in which I'm active and in which I promote cooperation with NGOs. In the housing context, that's not that strong, but in respect of regional policies, participation of NGOs is quite strong. Partnership is quite intense. And I can't really imagine regional policy without NGOs. If it's cross-cutting, if it's multi-agency, all the activities and all the measures, they fall under sectoral policies. They concern the whole of the Czech Republic. You know that towns and municipalities are responsible for their local policies, regions for their regional policies. You always have to cooperate with the responsible partners. We are cooperating with territorial partners or regional partners, which serve as umbrella organizations for self-governments. There are about 5 to 6 entities we cooperate with. The Association of Towns and Municipalities, which represents most self-governing and self-governed towns and municipalities in our countries. They cover more of towns and municipalities than the urban areas. Then you have the Association of Villages. Then you've got the umbrella organization for national cooperation. Many of these groups serve as umbrellas for their respective networks. Some of them also serve as umbrellas to physical persons, as umbrella organizations, physical persons, NGOs, public sector. We've got network organizations with more than 200 members. Also, we've got the Rural Association, and also Czech Bishopry Organization, which is not a typical regional partner, but it's a partner we can cooperate with in respect of religious units, because religious territorial units are the eldest territorial units in the Czech Republic. So it's good to cooperate with religious organizations as well, because they own a lot of property in the Czech Republic. In our department, we work on strategic and conceptual documents which dictate the development of regions, and we collect feedback from regions. We collect feedback from towns and municipalities, their comments, and also information from local action groups, from those who represent self-governments, who have expertise and feedback from their citizens. They know about the needs of their respective areas. So we can actually create development strategies which are covering the needs of individual regions based on the feedback we receive from those regions. We have different steering committees. We have a steering committee for rural areas, for towns and municipalities, for regions, etc. I would build on what Mr. Polášek said. We promote partnership based on discussion. We, as the public sector, as well as NGOs, must cooperate, must listen, and build our cooperation on what we hear from our counterparts. Partnership is about two parties, and the two parties must be equal. Of course, finally, the last word, the last say is on the ministry, because umbrella organizations or NGOs cannot decide what the ministry should do. Ministries should listen, government agencies should listen, but they should have the final say. As to the discussion, yes, we are equal, we are good listeners, but finally, the government agency is responsible, bears the final responsibility for the decision, and must be held accountable for that. I'm sorry for stepping in, but definitely you've got different interest groups you cooperate with, representing towns, municipalities, regions. How do you manage, how successful have you been in involving other NGOs? The Association of Towns and Municipalities is not the most typical NGO umbrella organization. It's more or less an interest group, or it associates mayors and their interests. But it's not an NGO umbrella organization. Have you managed to include into your deliberations other NGOs? Do you invite other NGO representatives to your steering committees and working groups? It's quite complex. I mean, not easy to answer. The partners we've been cooperating with are not standard NGOs or NGO umbrella organizations, but they are sort of non-governmental, but they're representing certain interests. You're right. We've got NGOs which don't represent interests which we need to work with. I mean, if you look at what we are responsible for, we, by definition, cooperate with certain NGOs, certain umbrella organizations and associations. We are not against cooperating with individual NGOs. It really depends on their expertise and their field of coverage. We have quite a wide portfolio of activities in our sector. It could be whatever, what comes to my mind now. For example, activities to develop guidelines in housing accessibility, social services, etc. So there are different topics we are covering, and in that respect, we also cooperate with different NGOs. Thank you. Anna, did you want to react? Did I read your non-verbal well? Yes, I just wanted to wrap up on it. I just wanted to say two things. I would like to react to what Mr. Poláček said about NGOs providing expertise on technical level. You know, what happens is that you've got 2 people from our side and 15 people from the Ministry of Agriculture, because at Agricultural Ministry, 15 people with 15 different fields and 2 of us. I mean, the ministers are there to prepare technical solutions. Or you've got political parties and NGOs on the other side, which should represent the interests of the public. The interests, NGOs should have their interests as well. All NGOs represent certain interests, and then the public sector should facilitate the interests and decide which interest is more or less important. So do you really want NGOs to deliver technical solutions? Unfortunately for us, oftentimes that's the only way through. We have to prove that what we want also is technically feasible, but it shouldn't be the case. And Mr. Nekesher actually described this formalistic approach. You give us information and we will make conclusions and we will do whatever we wanted to do. So that's not participation in my view. Would you like to react? Mr. Nekes? Yes, I would. I don't want any confrontation in here in between the public service and NGOs. On the other hand, I really didn't say what you said I had said. That's not true. I was just reacting to the moderator who said that he didn't perceive the Association of Town and Municipalities as a classical NGO because they've got their own interests. And I said to that that I agree. Because all NGOs actually defend certain interests, while this association has a bit wider range. NGOs do protect certain interests. They that's quite standard, isn't it? It wouldn't really make sense to exist if they didn't. At the ministry, our approach is actually not formalistic. It's not that we listen to NGOs and then make our own conclusions and tell the NGOs we did that and you can't say a word to that. It's not true. Talking about concepts, we've got quite a lot of working groups in which we collect input from NGOs. They help us work on materials. You said Mr. Poláček said that the ministers are waiting for NGOs to come with technical solutions. It's not true. We work on technical solutions. We are convening these expert groups, and we work on the background. If solutions are not, if solutions which come up are not the right solutions, we have to meet 5 times, 10 times. If we meet 20 times and we still don't find compromise, we have to finally decide for an alternative. We have to say, okay, it's going to be A if we cannot agree on whether A or B.
And I would just like to support what Anna was saying from her own experience, that sometimes when it comes to the technical level, technical knowledge, that it's often my experience. We had often the meetings that were announced to be one-on-one, and then we had 1 against 15 people in the room, and it's not a one-off example. There were many examples like that. Tomáš, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. What is your experience? What is your view? What is your experience with the programs? Variance is the name of your program. Where do you see obstacles and where do you see a good practice? Thank you. Thank you for inviting me into the debate. I'll be very happy to introduce the view of an organization that works partly in the Czech Republic as well. Our interest is to support the children, support the clients of our services so that they can achieve equality in access to education and schooling. And I will link to what I wanted to say originally. I wanted to look back. 10 years ago, we were debating in great emotion the inclusive law, saying that our schooling should be inclusive. Now, I'm not sure whether it should be served as an example of cooperation or partnership, but we had some stakeholders who wanted to have inclusion in Czech schools, and I think we succeeded. We had passed an act that is stipulated inclusion into the Czech schools for the children that were disadvantaged for some reason, and it introduces some kind of cooperation. Now, at that time, we had some kind of cooperation, which could not be always the case in the very beginning. I think the cooperation there was contra the efforts of the state at that time in the beginning. Nevertheless, the debates that were there around were focusing on the values. And I have to say that there were no match in the values between the NGOs and the state. And if I link this to today, I think that the last 6 months after the Russian invasion to Ukraine has changed the climate. I think that the values, it's much easier to strike an agreement on the values. And when we're dealing with an equal opportunity to schooling and education for the Ukrainian children, I think that the interest to find a solution is great, but still there's a question of the cooperation. Because we, as an NGO, we are invited to join platforms and ministerial platforms. Various ministries create platforms, and they want us to pass on our know-how and experience and come up with recommendations. But that does not mean yet that our recommendations will be heard and implemented in the legislation, whether it's the education, schooling policy, etc. And I think that will be also a topic for Andrea Havkova in the next block. So what I want to say that the cooperation does not yet mean that we would see an effective translation of the cooperation into the legislation. Thank you. I would like to ask now the audience, do you have any questions to the panelists or to the topic? Please let me know. Marketa. I'll try to be brief. You mentioned the values, and I agree with what Martin was saying. It's down to the values quite a lot. If somebody doesn't want to cooperate, then it doesn't matter what strategic documents you have on the table, the cooperation takes place or not. But for the cooperation to be effective, that requires to have skills that people often don't have. And it's not only about the cooperation of the NGOs and public administration. It's across the society, because often we have a problem, or some people say, oh, we have a problem, but the other people say, no, you don't have a problem. It should be us doing it. No, it should be you doing that. And it doesn't matter whether it's public administration or NGOs or whether it's the Association of Towns and Municipalities. I think the ability to put everything else aside and let's sit down over one table and deal with one particular issue, I haven't experienced that. And I think until we get to this particular point, that we put everything aside and debate one single topic, then we can't talk about cooperation. Because when we cooperate over a particular topic, or we should be cooperating over a particular topic. So the ability to cooperate should be one of the essential abilities and skills of a civil servant. Because if you have a civil service where there is no cooperation required, then why do we speak about that? I think that we have a employee survey that we fill out every year, and I think this should be one of the columns. Do you see cooperation as vital? Tick yes or no. That should be there. And lastly, I wanted to mention, or rather, I wanted to react to what Ms. Monikova was saying, and I'll talk to you during the break. I'm really sorry about your experience with the Ministry of Industry and Trade. The fact that you don't get a feedback, that's very sad, very unfortunate. I thank you for the sentiment, but it doesn't really do. And to what Martin was saying about financing and funding and the ability of the non-profit sector to be a true partner to the public administration, let's come up with a solution. What we do is we fund the social innovations. They can take various forms. And under optimum conditions, we have a proposal for a solution, we test it, and then it becomes an anchored norm. And we do allocate financing for the developing of the solution. And if we find that the solution is useful for the other areas, and it's usually the NGOs that prepare the solution, and when they do it, they have the ability to take on board other advocacy money. They have other stakeholders that they take on board, and we help them to collaborate with the other stakeholders. So it's part of the regular project work. So there would be a package for advocacy and for preparing quality materials for the project. And I'm sure that similar things would be done by OSF. So it should be part of, and it is part of this traditional subsidy procedure. So I suppose I was a bit too long. All right, Lolly, thank you for your feedback. Martin, you wanted to react. Now, in the beginning, I mentioned 2 levels. I think if I highlight some of the elements, I think I'll answer some of the comments that were raised, or the dimensions of my colleague Richard Nikische. Now, firstly, yes, we have a value aspect where the participation makes sense, regardless of the effect of the participation. And that is a question that I, as a civil servant, should be able to understand the perspective of somebody whom I'm working for, who should be preparing a solution for. I should be able to participate, make this person able to participate in the decision-making or solution-making. Yes, that makes sense, and there are certain options that we can take. And I would say that, nevertheless, this is not enough. Yes, of course, we can say that we demand too much from the NGOs if we demand from them to a great level of expertise. Now, I want the NGOs to come up with a reasoning of their opinion and to come up with a technical details of the suggested solution. And I think this is the benefit of the cooperation, because we create a collective knowledge. Because we bring together experts on a certain area, and they together can create a better solution because they cooperate, they share the knowledge, and it's a much better solution than if each of us would work on that solution alone. And I think it's not enough to ask the NGOs just, what is your view? And we'll think about it, and we try to imprint this opinion into the policy paper. Now, let's co-design the policy. Let's try the evidence-based approach, and let's take the advantage of the skills and expertise and knowledge that we have and come up with a technical solution. And in the end, it will be our decision, because we bear responsibility for the decision. But let's take the all the benefit of a cooperation that we can take. Yes, I think it's part of the game to take the best of the brains that we have available. We still have some 15, 20 minutes left. Let's move on to a particular area, to the technical level. What should be done by the NGOs or their networks in a better way so that it's more relevant for the cooperation, for the strategic cooperation that we have been speaking about until now and about which we'll be speaking until the evening, so that it's relevant more for the civil servants? Or, to put it in other words, how to communicate? Is it better to communicate one-on-one or based on personal contacts, or whether it doesn't make sense to take the use of the collective bodies or commissions or committees or you name it? I mean, do you want to comment on that? What should be done better on the side of the NGOs? And also, so that what can be done so that the NGOs are not frustrated about what is done in the end? Now, if I may take the floor now, I think the problem is that we do not have the channels. The channels are not there. They're not established. So it's always the NGOs that have to put their feet in the door, and they ask for attention. What I lack is the structure through which we could push the things. Now, in 2003, some of you may remember, we were going around, we were visiting the European institutions, and it was a business trip focused on the participation and cooperation. And we were told repeatedly that it's very important that the civil sector cooperates with the public bodies, and that this is the third pillar of the EU, so that the civil sector takes active part in preparing the policies and implementing the policies. And they said Europe is so huge, so big, and therefore it is very important that we include everybody who is living here in Europe in the solution that we draw. In 2005, we draw a methodology for including general public into preparing policy papers. And even though plenty of documents then bore the small writing at the end, drafted with the help of general public, it was not the case. So we need to know who is drafting what, who is responsible, what is the time framework for that particular, this or that piece of legislation. Now, we do have a methodology in place, but it's not respected, because when we draft important materials, they are prepared in a hidden way, in a mysteriously hidden way. We don't know where they are, and then they are being swiftly passed on to the parliament. They're being swiftly debated in the parliament, and there is no option for us to open a debate about it. Now, I was there when the policy papers were being prepared in a participative manner, and the advantage of that is that then in the discussion, if you get people involved in the discussion, if they name the problem, they articulate the problem, then because these people also participate in the implementation. And if you do that, then you reach a social consensus across the society. So now we speak about the values, etc. The partnership as such is a value in itself, and we should be striving at partnerships within the society. And we should be saying this up front, that this is something that we need to work on, because without the cooperation, partnership, and inclusion of the sectors, not only from the business sector, but also from the NGO sector, because without that, we will not be achieving good governance. The society will be divided more and more. We will have people who have fallen for poverty, who have fallen social exclusion, etc. And the next government will have even greater problem. Any more comments? What can be done better? I don't know if you have questions here in the audience or on the Slido. Please let me know. Now, I don't know how to do it in a better way, but I have a comment to what has been said repeatedly and what has been mentioned by the Deputy Minister Ostrčelová in the previous panel. Everything is prepared in an enormous speed. We have no time for anything. We have a very short time to prepare policy paper, It's not about unwillingness to cooperate with somebody, but it's about the speed at which the documentation is adopted. That's my feeling. And second, my opinion, in public administration, we often see this approach that we say, oh, no, we only present the things when they're ready-made. So we're not testing things that are in the progress of making. We're not testing them. We're not piloting them. And I think there is a worry or fear to present something that is not finished, that is not ready for presentation yet. So what I see is that my colleagues are preparing the things and they want to make it perfect before they come up with it. And that is the problem, because then there is not enough time to test it. And also the time that we have at our disposal is very short. Now, what could be done better on the NGO side is difficult to say, because the cooperation is about both parties. We both have to have time for cooperation, and both parties, we have to be open. I sometimes experience a situation where the NGO part was not optimum, because we had experts coming from the NGO side, and he comes and he's angry at the public administration. And I understand the sentiment, I understand the feeling, but on the other side, the civil servant is also a person and just a human being that needs to have a counterpart that is willing to communicate without the anger or frustration. So it's not just a one-off experience. There were more debates, more meetings like that. Yes, I liked what Commissioner Bagat was speaking about in the previous panel, that there's a need to educate and train the public administration, the civil servants, and within that training, it is important to explain why participation is important, because it was also mentioned by Martin Polášek that we often encounter a barrier in the form of we don't know why we need participation. I talked to my colleague in Romania, and I know that the Ministry of Industry and Trade was under a time pressure that they had to proceed very, very quickly. But in Romania, for instance, they decided to create a huge platform and be a bit delayed with or even there was a big delay indeed with the legislation, but it was delayed because there was a big platform created before they adopted the legislation. So there is a choice, there is an option. Yes, on the topic of speed, I admit that we often lag behind with things. We are under great time pressure, and especially in the late stages of the preparation, just before we submit the material to the government, then we're on the process of debating the material as such. We have time, or 2 years sometimes, to discuss the things. And this is the phase where we discuss with the NGOs. But then we are faced with a deadline by which we need to present the proposal to the government. And then that's where we have no time whatsoever on us. We don't often have time to consult it in the final stages of the... And I think that there has not been a proposal that wouldn't be consulted with the NGOs, at least partly. And I agree with the other 4 speakers that we have so many activities, and often we appeal to the NGOs if we have a territorial plan, and we turn to the NGOs and we want them to comment on that. And often, these would be cases where we need to consult and without their opinion, we couldn't proceed. So cooperation comes quite natural in many cases and indispensable. And to conclude, do you have any questions from the audience? Or are you shy or afraid to put forward questions?
Roman,
Roman? Yes, please use the microphone. I've got a question to the representatives of the government sector. Is the government sector actually following what the resolution of 2007 stipulated? Is it really complied with or not? Because that was a resolution guiding the cooperation in between the public sector and NGOs. It's not always and not everywhere, isn't that right? Isn't that the right answer? But I don't want to take the floor from you. I mean, are you really seeking an answer to that, or is it more that you're asking about whether it's sort of working or not? I don't know whether I can answer that question, but I would like to use this opportunity to elaborate on what can we do to change the situation. Under the implementation plan 2030, we have approved of several measures which should help us move forward. With the Minister for Digitalization, we've been talking about a web portal which would allow for public participation in public governance. That would be a relatively fast and easy way to participation. That's one of the possibilities of how to reduce the costs on the side of NGOs. This will facilitate cooperation to those actors which are not institutionalized. NGOs, they can participate if they want to and if they've got the means, but there are many actors out there which are not parts of any institutions or who are not and who would like to participate. So this platform should be one of the ways of facilitating participation of these non-institutionalized ones. When talking about participation, let's talk about what does it entail actually. Participation, isn't it indicating whether we are complying with the strategic documents, whether we are implementing on them or not? When we are talking about participation, we've got certain target goals, we have certain percentages, we have certain contexts, etc. But maybe this procedural element is also important. We should talk about the changes of culture, regardless of the substance and regardless of whether our goals are being met or not. Is the culture changing? When implementing a certain strategy, have we actually seen any changes in mindset? I don't know how to monitor that, but that should actually be one of the ways forward as well. Marta, this is the last contribution in this panel. I've got a practical hint here. Maybe we should have access to ECLEP. We used to have access to ECLEP, we meaning NGOs, and we don't have it anymore. Those non-legislative texts are actually not accessible to us, and we cannot comment on them, and we can see them only when they get approved of. It's very difficult for us to get into strategic documents, report, and analysis. We'd be happy if ECLEP actually allowed for access to those documents we should have access to. Thank you very much for this panel. It opened a lot of questions, which we will be trying to answer in the next panel. Thank you very much, Richard Nikisher, Minister for Local Development, Markéta Pěchoučková, Labor and Social Affairs, Martin Polášek, Anna Kárníková, Marta Smolíková from NGOs, and Tomáš Habart from Člověk v tísni. Thank you. Thanks to all participants. Now we've got time for a short break. Please stay here till the evening, because in the evening we have an hour and a half or so to debate and network, and then we can also move to Uzavěšeného Cafe, which is a nearby restaurant where we reserved space after we have to leave these government premises. 15 minutes for the break.
Tak přátelé, budeme pokračovat.
Let's continue. Dear friends, we don't want people at the balcony, but we want them inside here at the conference hall. I know the balcony is really interesting, and the view's great. Come in. Go ahead, come in. Okay, let's continue and proceed to the next panel. We will build on this panel we've just had. We've got new panelists. Thank you very much for being here with us. Let me introduce Martina Břeňová, Director of OSF Prague and member of the Government Council for NGOs. Lukáš Kraus, Reconstruction of the State, a lawyer and lobbyist. Thank you for being here. Andrea Krchová, Director of the Migration Consortium. Michal Barbořík, on behalf of the Ministry of the Interior, Department of the Crime Prevention. Hanna Volna from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Deputy Director of the Development Cooperation Department. Thank you. And last but not least, František Kučera, Ministry of Justice, Department of Conflict of Interest and Anti-Corruption, and also the national contact person of the Czech Republic with the Open Government Partnership. We are friends with František and with most of you, and therefore I'm sometimes rather informal. I hope it's not a problem for any of you. I would like to ask you to share with me examples of cooperation, examples of strategic cooperation. Does it work? Doesn't it work? And what are the lessons learned? Please don't hesitate to share criticism. You can highlight pros and cons. Andrea from Migration Consortium, what would you say to this from your experience? Because we are here in the middle of a migration crisis, of several migration crises. Hello, let me thank you for invitation to this conference. I listened carefully to the panel before this one, and therefore I will build on what's been said in there. As the Migration Consortium, we've got two levels of experience from cooperation with the public sector. After a project which lasted for 2.5 years, we managed to strengthen channels and cooperation contacts. We feel like a real partner. We are invited to debates about particular measures. The evaluation of integration projects, that's one activity which I would like to share with you. It was supported by the Ministry for Regional Development, and we were evaluating projects concerning integration of migrants projects. We were evaluating the use of European funds in the programming periods 14 to 18. It was really interesting from the very beginning, because we were not cooperating intentionally, not only as an NGO partner, but also a partner. The ministry actually invited us to cooperate. We had to defend our target group of migrants or of foreigners. we had 0.5% of population as foreigners in this country, and we had to defend this idea that we wanted money from the ministry to integrate them. We forced ourselves on the ministry, so to speak, and we started communicating about this particular issue. Integration projects are usually managed by managing authorities of different ministries. We communicated with these managing authorities about whether these projects were successful, who was involved, what was the underlying idea, etc. And in those 2.5 years, we had quite a lot of time to see how we are perceived. At the beginning, there was quite a lot of reluctance, criticism, resistance on the side of the government sector. The asylum and migration funds need to be evaluated. It needs to evaluate the calls, for example, which are formulated under the umbrella of this kind of support. And we were told that we, as representatives of recipients, cannot have any say in how these calls are formulated. And we said, we are not per se recipients, but we want you to get feedback from us. We want you to know what the situation is so that you can build on that information and make the calls, because the calls should respond to the situation out there. At the beginning, this was what we had to clarify, and in those 2.5 years, in which we created 3 different versions of the evaluating report, evaluating different aspects of this cooperation, we kept meeting, learning more about each other, and now we know quite clearly what should be the subject of these calls, how the reality looks like, and the communication really moved forward. We used to meet with managing authorities formally. I was represented in the monitoring committee just for the sake of partnership principles, but I never had a chance to have a say in it. But now, after 2.5 years of evaluations, I have a say in it. I could prove my expertise. I was given a possibility to really explain a lot of things. We worked on common and shared terminology, and now it's really a lot about partnership. Andrea, I'm sorry to step in. I know you've got an example which is not as beautiful and positive, but let's leave it for later because we've got other speakers. Martina Břeňová from OSF. Would you please share your experience on behalf of the OSF, but other subjects and you've been cooperating with? Yes, I will. We are a foundation supporting the civil sector. Civil sector is a bridge in between individuals and the state, and therefore that's where we focus our efforts to. Markéta Pěchoučková in the previous panel mentioned that OSF is a foundation which provides different organizations with grants and different types of support, but we also teach them advocacy. We teach them how to communicate with the public sector. We teach them how to force changes. But what I really consider important in this respect, and I had worked for Avast as well, is not only the cooperation in between the two parties, but the cooperation in between the two parties and the business sector as well. If we manage to bring all three sectors to the round table, it's going to be really helpful, and we can implement quite a lot of changes. I've got personal experience in the system-based change of palliative care. It was a very precious experience for me. I have to say that our foundation is not only a part of the civil society, but also a part of the private sector. And together with NGOs and also public sectors such as hospitals and institutions that provide palliative care, we strive to jointly build trust, establish cooperation, and communicate with people from the public sector, especially the Ministry of Healthcare. I really ran into prejudice, into a lot of misunderstanding. If you bring to one table the business sector, the NGOs and the public sector, you are bringing three elements that have different dynamic, different perception of time, and also different language. And it's very important to keep in your mind where you are, whom you're communicating with, what the background of these people. We try to build trust at the Ministry of Health. For example, we had representatives of cybersecurity who were telling us how important it is to increase availability and accessibility of palliative care. And they looked at me and they thought, okay, what's behind it? There is a company which says we want to support this, we want to help this, we've got money to pilot a solution, and Marketa was talking about it. We can help. It can be a PPP project. We can pilot this solution. We can be flexible. At the very beginning, there was a lot of misunderstanding and prejudice from the side of the ministry. What's behind it? Why are you doing this? We really had to build trust first, individual trust. And I really had to sit back and try to understand these people from the ministry who are in charge of palliative care, try to understand how difficult it is for them to advocate changes. Over time, it became a priority for the ministry as well, but it took 3 years of intense lobbying, so to speak. We had to talk to, for example, the director of the section for care. We had to talk to people from hospitals, managers from hospitals, and when we sat down, it was actually the first time for the ministry to be able to talk to managers from hospitals and understand what's going on in there. And we had doctors and nurses and managers talking about the needs and about what it takes to develop palliative care. It was very precious for me, and I've been trying to implement this experience into my work at OSF as well. We all try to bring all the expertise we collect to where we work. It's about empathy. Maybe I'm naive, but it's about empathy. It's about trying to understand what your counterparts are about, what their background is, and what you can offer. It's about finding the right language. A recipient, for example, it's a word which I don't like. The word recipient, in my opinion, is wrong. I would rather say a partner. You know, it's the recipient, or it's a partner of us. We are providing money to this partner. And if I'm a foundation, I was working with Avast, now I work at OSF. We've got quite a good budget, but it doesn't really matter whether you've got a big budget or a small budget. You shouldn't really impose yourself. it shouldn't be a power struggle. You really have to be partners. You should communicate as partners. And the person in front of you, your counterpart, is a person whom you need to advocate changes, to promote changes. And you sometimes have to work with your own prejudice, not only speaking about their prejudice. Thank you. It is clear that trying to sit on the chair of your counterpart is really demanding, but on the other hand, it's very important. You have to have insight in what your counterparts are doing, because lobbying won't work well if you don't have insight in what your counterparts or partners are doing. The NGO sector is quite wide. There are lots of stakeholders and players in there, many more, because we've got corporate foundations now and organizations which are not the same old NGOs than what we were used to 20 years ago. Madam Volna, would you please share, to start with, examples of cooperation in your field? Thank you. To be given floor after Madam Břeňová, because there are quite a lot of commonalities in there. She said many things I wanted to say. The civil sector, that's not only NGOs that provide services or that are engaged in projects, because that actually involves subsidies and other elements where the passers-by, so to speak, may think that it's all about money, about subsidies. It's the foundations and advocacy organizations and networks and also professional associations are somewhere else. I'm also a member of the Government Council for NGOs. We always talk about this there. What is the civil sector about? I mean, that's a commonplace issue. In the field of development cooperation, it's about cooperation of the private sector, NGOs, and the public sector. There are lots of problems out there. The world is fragile, and we cannot just sit back and think that we've got this niche and we are going to engage in this niche. You have to be much wider than the niche, and the three sectors can be mutually beneficial, and they actually need one another. We have to define the playing field. For example, we've got embassies abroad where we've got diplomats stationed there for 5 or 4 years. They've got their own network. They know NGOs. They know the public sector as well. They understand what's going on. You know, usually working in developing countries, you've got a certain agenda, sometimes a bit naive. We've been operating since 2008, and our goal is to involve all subjects. We've got the Council for International Development Cooperation, and it's less formal than the NGO Council, which is strictly limited to those who pertain there. We've got a status as well, but we can operate on the level of steering committees or working groups. We've got platforms, NGO platform, and academic platform. Then we've got a platform for private subjects. And then we have working groups for example, a strategic working group. We have a working group for formulating a strategy. We have working groups targeting cooperation with individual countries. We also have particular stakeholders there. We also have a work group for evaluation, which also brings to one table evaluators and stakeholders. And we've got a working group for the public sector. We are public officials. We are here to implement laws. We are a part of the democratic system. When you look at developing countries, they've got an autocrat there. The autocrat makes decisions and ruins everything, and then there is a coup d'etat, autocrat is removed, replaced by another autocrat, and then goes on. But here we've got a democratic system, and we public employees are here to make legislation available to the public, make it into a living organism. It's actually not known. It's but it works. What we want to do under the umbrella of the development cooperation is that we help these developing countries transform into more democratic regimes. And we need mutual cooperation in there, because each and every stakeholder's got different experience, got different contacts, and can sort of contribute differently. Let me just say one more thing. For the public sector, it is important to take into consideration a conflict of interest. For example, we have subjects with certain know-how, and we need to see whether there is a conflict of interest or not, because with a conflict of interest, we cannot let them operate in those particular countries. The same for evaluations. We have to avoid the conflict of interest, which would actually hamper the results.
Thank you. I can confirm from my own experience in the developing countries, the cooperation of the NGO and the embassy is absolutely essential, because if you enter a territory that you don't know, you are very likely to end up in a very difficult situation. Now, Michal Barboři from the Ministry of Interior is the Director of the Department for Crime Prevention. And this is also linked to volunteerism. And what would you say is your experience learned? As for the topic, our department is, our agenda is quite vast. The number of people is not as vast. But I decided to look at it from a different perspective. Is there an area where we wouldn't cooperate with civil society? And I haven't found any area. The cooperation with civil society as a firm part of our system, as it is set up in all areas. And practically, we cannot work without the NGOs. And that's what we do. That's how we started in the very beginning. I would like to mention the fundamental areas that I would distinguish the cooperation into. The crime prevention is focusing on voluntary work. And I will mention the areas according to the approach to the cooperation with NGO. Because voluntary work is the main domain of the NGO sector. It's the domain of the civil society, and even though voluntary activities are conducted within the activities of the municipalities or companies or corporations, it is the main part. And that's how we take it. The state should be the one that creates conditions for voluntary work, and do not create barriers and obstacles for voluntary work. That is why the voluntary work organizations whether it's NGOs or churches, they are absolutely essential partner for us, and that's why we cooperate with them on all levels. According to the law, we award accreditations to organizations for voluntary work, and linked to that, we provide subsidies, and then this is all done with the vision that this is needed for them to be able to carry out the voluntary work, and they need some essential support to be able to do so. Now, when it comes to preparing draft legislation, we contact them to make sure that they are fine with the existing legislation, whether they don't need any amendments, etc. We also carry out development projects. We have a program of 6-year project for voluntary work, and at the end we hope to come up with a policy paper for voluntary work in developing projects. And again, this includes also the evaluation of the projects, and we have been preparing the policy and the concept of the project with the NGO. Now, I didn't want to interrupt you first, but Teresa was showing us the outcomes of a survey that showed us that some of the NGOs would be long-term partners to the state sector. Is this the same case for you? And they have been, do you have long-term partners, 10 years or more, or do you look for new partners, new NGOs for your work, new working groups? And what form does this cooperation take? Is it working groups, or tell us? Well, the cooperation with NGOs is stipulated by law, and we have a long-term cooperation with the NGO sector. It's not only case-by-case cooperation. There are NGOs that cooperate with us in long term. They represent a great part of the agenda that we do. And at the same time, we try to communicate also with the smaller NGOs that apply for the subsidies or that are active on various projects and lectures and conferences. And when we discover someone who's active, who's got interesting thoughts and ideas, then we try to include this person into our cooperation. Sometimes it will be only based on the given topic, and then that person may not be active on other topics. But when it comes to crime prevention, there's one area that focuses on the assistance provided to victims of crime and violence. It can be domestic violence cases or trafficking, and that we bear in mind that we need to take the NGOs that actually provide the assistance to these victims in the field, because the state would not be able to provide a complex care in this respect. So it's very important that these NGOs are part of the system. And then again, we take these NGOs not only as a tool that we utilize, but we involve them when we come up with policies and when they create strategies on a given topic. And we want them to tell us what is their view, and we consult them in these areas. And thirdly, I wanted to say what is perhaps not so typical is the crime prevention on the local level in particular situations where we see technical solutions, various technical solutions, and you might think, where is the space for collaboration with the NGOs? It's about private companies that provide the services to people or companies or particular groups. And these companies, these enterprises, provide umbrella organizations that protect their own interests and representation towards the public administration. And while on the one hand, they would be viewed as lobby, we take a different stance, because they come to us and say, we want to help you, we want to help you in crime prevention, because we can do something and we want to join in. We know where the problems are, so let's do a campaign together. If we think of the town of Ústí nad Labem, where we collaborated with the 4ARC trade fair, and we had a stand there where these companies were providing safe locks, etc. And these companies were pro bono, providing and sharing our common ideas. I have to stop you there, even though it's incredibly interesting. We could be talking more than for about an hour, but there are 6 people sitting on the panel, and it's a cross-sectional view. So I have to ask Lukáš now, what is your experience? State reconstruction, that's a great organization. What is your experience? Good afternoon. Well, we in the state reconstruction have been attempting since 2013 measures to promote safe and transparent governance. And we are used to working with politicians across the political spectrum, but we also work with the ministries. And I think that we enjoy long-term constructive cooperation with Mr. Kučera and his anti-corruption measures and fight against organized crime, but he also collaborates with other ministries. And from the previous electoral period gave us a positive experience in that when we were consulting with the Department for Conflict of Interest at the Ministry of Justice, we were consulting them regarding the new amendments to the law concerning the conflict of interests. Now, when we were lobbying there, even though the word lobbying is has negative connotation in this country, so we tried to lobby in that sense that we try to promote our interests. And our experience is dealing with lobbying. We know how to transparently set the rules for lobbying so that it's to the benefit of the parties. So we collaborated over the amendments to the existing legislation on lobbying. So that's a good example, positive example from the previous election period. And from the current government, we try to engage in the cooperation. And I would like to mention the Ministry of Interior, this section of focusing on legislation, if I'm not mistaken. Deputy Minister Vokáč is in charge of that section. And we are preparing the amendments to the electoral legislation. And because we are monitoring the legislation and the topic, and we try to contribute with our expert views. And we appreciated that there was an ad hoc working group that is dealing with the topic, and also the amendments to the information law on providing information, where we also participated. Okay, Lukáš, I'm sorry for interrupting, but you are brilliant in going into the parliament and lobbying for your interests. And what you see is then that the legislation is being roasted in various groups and interest groups. Now, how well are you doing in intercepting the ministerial activities? Can you influence the ministry in the preparation stage when it comes to the legislation? Because we see strategic documents coming from the ministries. Are you succeeding in that, or are you only then lobbying in the parliament? No, it's slightly more complicated. I wanted to hint at the fact that the standard mechanisms are not yet working. And I don't want to criticize Mr. Kuchera, but it's because it's not the fault of the civil servants working at the Ministry of Justice, because it's up to the leaders at the ministries. But the fight against corruption, the council met last year in June. That was the last time they convened. And in the past, we also had a parliamentary group debating the anti-corruption measures, etc. Now, of course, advisory bodies work, but what I'm hinting at that we as NGOs that are dealing with the anti-corruption laws, we lack a structure, a systemic structure where we could meet with the representatives of public administration. And that leads then on to the situation where we have to deal with the facts ad hoc, I mean, case by case. And we try to disclose the political party financing, etc. And it would be great if we could collaborate with the Ministry of Interior, and either there is political will or not. In other ministries, the situation might be more complicated. František Kučera from the Ministry of Justice. He's from the Department of Conflict of Interests, and he's a national contact person of the Czech Republic for the Partnerships for Open Governance.
By all means, I'm ready to share our view. You know, it's just a point of view, really. You know, you can see a 6, and from the other side of the table, you see a 9. And I'm really happy for what you've said. It's interesting to hear how it works elsewhere. We do have cooperation set up on many levels. For example, anti-corruption. We've got participation and dialogue in respect of corruption, and it of course looks different when you have ministers in there and directors of sections and heads of NGOs. It's pretty high level, and the problem is usually not, or the aspect is usually not debated to the very detail. The details are commonplace, solved on the level of working groups, and then you've got the higher level group. A lot is dealt with on the level of steering committees, working commissions, etc., where NGOs are involved. Counter-corruption is an issue which is very specific. We've got representatives of law enforcement involved. We've got representatives of different areas. Yes, I was a member of that committee for quite a while. Under Babiš, it was totally bizarre, and under the new prime minister, it hasn't really met yet. I'm not criticizing that. I'm just telling you what the status quo is at the moment. It will meet. The council will meet. Sooner or later, we will convene it. Don't worry. I'm not a politician, so I can promise. I can promise. We have no indicators that it would not meet anymore. Definitely, when talking about cooperation, there are different levels. You know, there are so many levels of cooperation, and it works differently on different levels. For example, lobbying working committee, not only we had participants there from NGO sector, but we also have representatives of the third pillar, that means the private sector. We also had a representative of the Association of Public Affairs Agencies. We really had all the stakeholders involved. We always want to have the stakeholders involved. And also the added value is that when fighting corruption, you have a wide agenda, really, and a part of it is Partnership for Open Governance. Partnership for Open Governance gives us examples of access to public partnership, various tools which we can adopt, and use it, explain it to our partners in the NGO sector. And when working with these tools, we are learning new and new processes, each action plan with new measures and activities is actually an incubator for us, which we learn from and which we roll out to steering committees and working groups. When I'm approached by colleagues from different government agencies, such as the cabinet, for example, and ask me about guidelines and about tools to be used when involving NGOs in consultancy process, I can actually help. I can explain logistics. I can provide our logistical capacities, and I've got background information to various activities, and based on a document which I had, I could actually show them how to work at working groups. I could give them an example of how to tackle one narrow topic. For example, it would be great if you had Aleš Sedláček here on behalf of the Association of Children and Youth, who would tell you how we worked on that document, how we cooperated. It's a challenge. It's always a challenge. You have a lot of input which you have to put in this one bag and make it into something really interesting. We had a large agenda. We had to say no to some of the elements. We had to eliminate some parts of the document. But finally, what we agreed on was a good working document. Andrea, you wanted to share one more case study, which is not as beautiful and sunlit, but still, as the first one, but still, please share it. I don't really know how to approach it without looking like one who complains. But anyway, without complaining, let me just set out the facts. This is about me representing an NGO or representing NGOs working with migrants. I mean, oftentimes we are labeled as, too sunny and too smiley and too positive. And it's actually not true. We are not naive. We are a constructive partner. We are a credible partner. We want to lead a constructive dialogue. But always we have to build on human rights. We have to respect human rights. That's why we are here. That's why we have this consortium. And in this extraordinary situation, when we have 440,000 people who arrived within, say, 8 or 9 months, migrants, it's difficult. But even in this situation, we want to be a partner for the public sector. We want to inform the public sector about what's going on out there. We don't want to be the firefighters only. For example, on 24th February, the war started. On the 25th, we stood ready to house the first refugees coming to this country. The state had no capacity to house these people. We communicated that to the public sector. We informed about people coming in. We wanted to prevent people from sleeping outside, sleeping at railway stations. We did our best to provide roof over their heads to everybody. We created a database of housing. We made a list of people who were offering housing. We created a platform called Help Ukraine. Through that platform, we provided housing for over 30,000 people. And at that very moment, the ministry asked us whether they could place the platform to their web, Helping Ukraine. I said, yes, please place the platform in there. People will be turning to the ministry. That's an official channel. And we actually provided them with this tool. There were many volunteers working on that tool, many people who volunteered to develop and populate it, including the private sector. But at the moment we gave it to the ministry, the cooperation was over. We received no further invitations. We were not asked about what we think about the strategy of integration, for example. We knew, we learned from whichever channel that strategy was being worked on, but nobody invited us to cooperate. We received it when it was final, and we were told that yes, we can communicate about it, but not that we can actually contribute to it. We received the strategy, including the 13 topics, and that was it. NGOs are represented only in 4 of these 13 teams. That's an example of what didn't work. We were not invited to participate in decision-making and creating of the measures, but when the measures are not sufficient enough, we have to firefight. Lex Ukraina 3 was a piece of law that embedded certain measures. I don't want to go into detail in there, but it meant a lot of burden for labor offices. It was actually enacted when we needed measures to integrate, not only measures to involve these refugees into the labor market. But Lex 3 was passed, Lex Ukraine was passed. The labor office opened a branch at one facility where here in Prague, where 3,500 people every day were lining up in there, while this branch was able to handle 20 of them. So what happened? They invited coordinators, volunteers, or actually we invited them. We brought in volunteers who were helping care for children of these applicants, providing them with drinks and warm clothes. You know, we were not partners in the discussion about what will happen, and then we had to firefight because there were these people lining up in there. Now, Lex Ukraine 4, again, we are not invited, or we were invited really late, not as partners. And I'm really happy that we've got the government commissioner here, because thanks to her, there is a new commission at the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs, and hopefully things will change. Lex Ukraine 4 is now on the table already. We had a couple of hours only to provide our comments and input, but hopefully with this new commission at one of the government ministries, we'll be able to have more say in it. If you were to generalize this experience, is it lack of interest? Is it lack of common values? Is it a generational thing? Or what is it? What's behind this situation? Or is it so fast? Is it really going boom, boom, so that the ministries actually don't have time to ask you for input? What do you think? I think that the departments we've been cooperating with don't actually have any mechanism in place, any process in place which would allow for partnership. For example, they've got a piece of legislation and they don't even think about circulating it for comments. You know, maybe our partners in the government agencies, they don't know whom to turn to. We don't have established long-term relationships. We don't have mutual trust. They don't know whom we are representing. But this is a new situation. We don't have time to build long-term relationship. We need to cooperate immediately. And, you know, maybe these people are not aware of the fact that they can involve partners in the discussion. Maybe that's something what can be changed. We should inform the partners about the fact that they can cooperate, and we should maybe educate them in how they can cooperate with us. We should inform them about whom we represent, where our legitimacy comes from. But this is very thin ice because we are an umbrella organization, we are an advocacy center. Our position will always be very fragile vis-à-vis the public sector, and building partnership is a long-term effort. Ladies and gentlemen, would you like to react? I understand, for example, with palliative care, which was mentioned by Martina, it took them a while to establish relationship. But here, you don't have the time available to you. You don't have the space you need. Martina, just in brief. I don't know, the challenge, I don't want to generalize. The challenge here is that many people still don't understand what civil society is about. They don't realize that NGOs are experts in their fields. In a way, the government agencies can use the capacity of NGOs, their expertise, but many people don't understand that. I don't know how many public officials actually understand that this is going on. It's just not a common knowledge that NGOs can help in this field. In a way, recently, in the past years, the role of the NGOs has been suppressed. I think if the public sector understands what the role of NGOs may be, what the NGOs are capable of, things will start moving. It's I think the lack of understanding of the potential role of NGOs on the side of the public sector, and that will take years to change. I mean, it has to come from the top, and then this information has to be disseminated to the public servants. This conference, in a way, is one of the steps towards that ideal situation when the public sector actually understands what NGOs are about.
I just want to comment shortly, and also I wanted to react to the fact that the new government has not yet had time to call upon the meetings that had been around, and it's all a consequence of the Ukrainian crisis, because we were preparing for a different situation, simply. So that's one of the reasons why we also don't see the partnership as smooth and running, because we don't have the capacity on the state side sometimes. Because on the one hand, you hear that we have more and more civil servants each and every year, but we, as a department dealing with support to developing countries, I remember the times when I was one person in charge of all the cooperation with developing countries. Now, it's impossible to do in one person. So when you have subsidies that you need to deal with subsidy proceedings, you need to draft documents and keep records and all that. So it's up to the ministries today to allocate personnel if they have the possibility. But often we see cases that one person is doing the entire agenda. And if that person, for instance, falls ill, then they're not replaceable. So that's one thing. And secondly, the commenting procedure, we have only a couple of hours. I was at 20 hours for commenting, and we're used to that. If there's any legislation that comes to us, we have 20 hours for comments, and that's it. But we don't know if we have NGOs as partners, how much time do we need for comments from their side, because we know we can squeeze ourselves to produce comments for a piece of comments to European piece of legislation, but we need to somehow sum up the know-how, the best practices when dealing with the NGOs, because we don't know. I mean, how much time do we have if you want to get comments from the NGOs? Now, I would like to go back to how can we expand the culture of openness in the public administration in the Czech Republic? Because what Andrea was describing is showing is basically the fact that the public administration is not open when it comes to dealing with immigration issues. And Martina was mentioning that it wasn't quite clear for the civil servants how to make the administration open, that there are no processes in place that would tell the civil servants how to include NGOs in the decision-making process, etc. So it's often also about a mental setup of the public administration. Now, the situation hasn't improved with this government, and it wasn't much better in the previous government either. The situation, the not-so-good situation with the NGOs has been dragging since 2015. We collect the bitter fruits of our lack of ability to cooperate and talk since 2015. So how can we contribute to a positive shift in thinking and understanding on the side of public administration? What could be the ideal case of cooperation and inclusion of NGOs in the decision-making process? What is your experience? What would be your advice? Because you represent your ministries, and you represent ministries where it works. So how could that be done in other ministries as well? How could we expand the good cooperation from your ministries to the other ministries? Because the other ministries might be taking a distance or putting up a resistance to cooperation with the NGOs. František, Michal, who wants to answer? How to further disseminate this good practice? Well, I don't have a solution, but I came up with an idea repeatedly during this panel. It's important to communicate openly about our limitations, what we can do and what we cannot do. When a civil servant comes to a negotiation table, what are his or her resources, time capacity, etc. So if we admit that we have a lack of time, we have a limited time, and then we have an NGO partner that says, oh, we also have a very limited time, then despite that fact, we can come up with a very good strategy that will bring us to the target. It may not always work in the very first instance, but it can be a strategy to name all the things that you cannot do, but it might be just worth saying, you know, I have a limited capacity, and that try to focus on what we can do. Because often we have limited resources, but if we are all aware of that, then we can come up, despite of that fact, we can come up with much better results than expected. Sometimes we see cases that civil servants enter the negotiation table and they have a limited time, but perhaps this is not known to the other party. So if we right at the beginning say what is our capacity, how much time we have, what resources we have, then we have a clear playing field and we know what we can expect from the other party. Now I will mention an area that is perhaps difficult to include into governmental agenda. It's always about people. Because I take for granted, for instance, and I know some good examples of cooperation. I know that cooperation between the state bodies and NGO sector is of great benefit to us that will enable us to expand our activities and will add value to our activities. So what we try to do then is we try to investigate what can we do with the capacity that we have. Sometimes what we have to do is, and it's on both parts, on both parties, that we don't always agree. Sometimes we have discrepancies in our views, but we need to be able to overcome these discrepancies. We don't always succeed, but we shouldn't be living in anger or frustration, saying that, oh, we'll never cooperate again. No, let's finish off by saying, oh, this is where we struck a good deal, and this is fruit of our cooperation. Let's look for the positive ways and positive potential of the cooperation, how to achieve the best that we can achieve in a given situation. And this has to be done on both sides, because sometimes I hear the stories of my colleagues that work in the area of migration policy, that they say that if they had more experience with that area, where they couldn't agree with the NGOs, where they couldn't really help each other out in the areas where there were strong opinions about it, then they got stuck on those areas where they couldn't reach an agreement. So let's overcome those areas where we couldn't agree, and let's focus on the areas where we can agree and cooperate. Now, Andrea, you wanted to react, and Clara also wanted to have a word. Yeah, I just want to comment shortly. We don't want to decide in those matters, because sometimes I think that this might be a bit problematic. We want to lead a critical discussion, and the decision that comes out of this discussion, let's be aware of what were the pros and cons of that decision, because there might be also other arguments that would come in place, and that's important to be aware of the arguments, pro or cons, because right, you're saying that the NGOs are not a bunch of anarchists. Understand, Clara? Yeah, just a couple of thoughts, because I wanted to join in the discussion, but I didn't want to take the floor and the space for all the panelists. I think it's important to do what we do right now, right here, meet as people and talk to each other, share our frustration, share our hopes, or possible space for cooperation, because sometimes we are caught in our bias, and sometimes we don't understand the circumstances, or we don't have all the information available, etc. Sometimes something is happening very fast or too fast, and sometimes we're not even aware that the other party is also under great time stress, just like we are. So I agree with the transparent approach to the negotiation that we have together, say where we are, what our limits, and lead the dialogue together. And let's overcome the obstacles that might be there in the beginning. There might be. It's very important to have very good relations, not only formalistic but also informal, because I think that each of us have a capacity to nourish the relationship with the people. We have secretariat, and each of us is in charge of the quality of cooperation. Let's introduce positive culture to our relationship with NGOs. Let's share the best practice from abroad, because things are already happening in this manner. And let's provide systemic care of our relationship with the NGO sector in all areas of governance, in all areas of public policy. Because if this can be done by one ministry, then it can be expanded to all the other ministries, because you will realize sooner or later that if you do so, then this will bring you more expert capacity. It will give you more options. NGOs are creative, they are very flexible, and in the beginning, it's important to start the cooperation, and in the end you will realize that it will be fruitful for everyone. And it's important to lead the cooperation in a safe manner and be positively constructive. So I'm not saying no to critique, but let's be constructive. No, I wish that we all have more capacity. But in the formal structures, if somebody is in charge of looking for these civil rights, etc., if you know of who is doing what, then we can work at that. It's important to ensure that we allocate clearly the mandate so that we can connect the links in the system to be able to enjoy effective cooperation. I was always divided in myself. I was, one part of me was in NGO and the other part was in a public administration. And I'm thrilled now when I can see that we can actually open a debate and cooperate, because only then we can overcome the obstacles. I think most of the problems that we are dealing with can be only tackled when we cooperate, if we cooperate. And an elementary human interconnection, human relationship is absolutely essential. Without linking to other people, there is no cooperation. And it takes time and it takes care. We need to take care of our friendships and relationships. We need to have trust in our relationships. And that's important because if we are pressured from the outside, then the processes, be it very well and carefully set up processes, will not work. It will be only formalistic. Thank you. Wonderful. Well, thank you. If it worked like that, it would be wonderful. The great vision. I think this is the direction that we are inclined to. Right now, the practice shows that we are not doing all that well. Some ministries do not cooperate with the NGOs at all. Some ministries cooperate here and there, and some ministries take the NGOs on board with each and every decision, which is great. What is sad to see that the ministries that do not cooperate whatsoever with the NGOs are the power ministries, so that decide on where the money will go, etc. Any more comments, short comments or reaction to what Clara was saying, or last questions from the audience? We need to have a microphone. I'll be very brief. I know that we are over time, and I'm hitting to what has been earlier. Let's not look for hind thoughts behind it. Now, let's be transparent. Let's speak about as things are, because if somebody doesn't answer you from the public administration, for instance, it might be that they are under time pressure. They don't have time to answer simply. There might be, of course, it might be that the person is simply under great pressure. Now, you mentioned the Lex Ukraine 4. We had something very similar. We got a draft at 7 o'clock in the evening, and we were supposed to produce our opinion by 9 o'clock in the morning the next day. So again, and we saw that the cooperation at the ministry is not set up in an optimum way for such cases, of course, and because I understand that you as NGO were contacted maybe even later than we were. So, and the fact that you get something too late doesn't mean that the public administration is biased towards NGOs, but it might be because the ministry may be perhaps overloaded, or it's. Let's not keep this idea that we are both biased, and let's not look for hind thoughts where there are no hind thoughts. Markéta Pichoučková. No, just a side comment. I often hear comments, and I'm not sure that the word comment is entirely positive, because it might be better to say, let's work together. Let's not produce comments because we say, please send comments to me. It is kind of negative. I mean, so I know it's not always difficult, and I'm still perplexed by your example. And I think that if the civil sector was a bit more ambitious, then it would be, we would have a different outcome. But that's a for later discussion over a glass of wine, maybe. All right, we're over time. František Kučera, Hana Volná, Michal Barbořík, Andrea Krchová, Lukáš Kraus, Martina Břeňová, our panelists for today. Thank you very much for your participation. This is the end of this panel. Thank you. I would like to ask Mr. Roman Haken to come up front from the Center for Community Work. He's a member of the European Committee of RVNO. He is a master in participation. I would like to ask him to sum up on the topic of participation in the Czech Republic so that it can work better.
Dá se to dá na tu flešku, já jsem udělal takový malinký.
I've got a short presentation. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I will not take much of your time, don't worry. My name is Roman Haken from the Center for Community Work, which was established in 1995 under the motto of involving public in the local sustainable development. For 7 years, we were striving to improve participation in the Czech Republic, and I'm not very happy with the results, unfortunately. But what we are talking about here has two dimensions. We are talking about partnership and also NGO participation. We also have civic participation, but it's slightly different. Okay, NGOs. NGOs have been willing to cooperate ever since 1990. They do want to cooperate. As to the public sector, it depends on who is the prime minister and what the situation is, really. But the culture is here. The culture is pro-participation. Can you show the conclusions, please? Definitely, there are steps that are easy and can be implemented immediately, and then you have system-based solutions. My 4 speakers who shared examples from abroad are speaking from my heart, really. The question was how to further support partnership in between the private sector and the NGO sector. Thank you. Simple solutions are quite easy. Open ECLAP again. Open ECLAP for comments. We've got guidelines for participations of NGOs in strategic documents. These guidelines were made by a task force at the government office. It was about 2 years ago, wasn't it? As an activity, we actually opened this issue again. And the guidelines are there, and they are now just a document of the council, of the government council for NGOs. It should be disseminated. It has to be rolled out. We need to use it and make it into a document which is a living document, which is not a pilot document, but a really binding document. If it just remains a document of the council, of the government council for NNOs, then it's not enough. It has to be taken on board by a government agency, the Ministry of the Interior, maybe. The government of Madame Radic, I'm now talking about Slovakia, adopted several documents that concerned the NGO sector. Fico's government, which came after her government, didn't cancel on them. And at the moment, Slovakia has got 12 case studies, starting from the bottom, from the self-government all the way up to the government. There were 12 case studies which they were evaluating. Now they've got a lot of data. It worked in Slovakia. It should work in the Czech Republic as well. They used a project, an EU project, modernization of the, it's efficient public governance. That's what they used. That's the chapter which they used. And why can't Czech Republic do that as well? Also, we should also learn from OGP. Once the analysis is done with, we can ask the Slovaks what they'd recommend. Definitely, we need national level recommendations. European Social Fund Plus, yet another example. It's the same old story. Participation is costly, and these costs must be covered. And these costs can be covered from ESF Plus. They can be covered from the World Bank. The World Bank is saying that 0.5% of any investment project should be dedicated to public involvement before the project gets actually approved, so that money are not thrown around in vain. 0.25 looks like nothing, but it's quite a lot of money, actually. And that can be actually implemented in all types of budgets, local budgets, municipal budgets, and the public budget as well. European Commission is also supporting participation and partnership, especially in respect of European funds, because this supports intelligent financing and efficient spending and efficient investments. It's done via guidelines and regulations. We know how, and we know how to do it, and we know which documents to do it, based on which documents to do it. That there have to be laws or bylaws which will always guide the public sector. And determine who is who and who is responsible for what. OECD, yet another example. NGOs can be an information channel for cooperation with the public, but they need money, they need resources, and they need the channels. It's all about tools of participative democracy. And participative democracy, the level on the unit on the national level must be somebody who is a methodologist, who is a coordinator. It depends where you want to locate this coordinator, but this person must be respected by both parties. You were talking about this unit, this person. But maybe we have to have a measure of unit of participation, maybe 1p. Is it 1p? Is it 100p? You know, we can actually use this unit of participation for evaluating participation. We can assign the p units on a scale from 1 to 100. These are my conclusions, my observations. We've been talking about participations in CPKP. We've got training modules. Nobody was attending. We've got about people with people. It's an activity which we were running for 10 years, and the same old people were participating every year. We disseminated that to Poland and Hungary. I'm very happy to be here. I'm happy for this conference today, and I hope it'll be a launchpad to something better in the future. Thank you.
Já moc děkuji.
Do you have any questions to Roman? Ladies and gentlemen, should you wish to ask any questions or react to what Roman has just said? It's not that we just want to give him a floor and then let him go. Any questions, any comments, any observations on what he's just said? If not, then it's cast in stone. And no, one more thought. Those who are working on it, who love it, who are doing it voluntarily, they may be set back by all this red tape there, you know. Thank you very much. Thanks a million for this. Thank you very much for moderating today's panel, David. And my thanks go to all the panelists for their openness. And now I should like to extend my thanks to those who were with us online. I hope they enjoyed today's conference. The first day of the conference is over, and I would like to, together with you, smoothly moved to the next part of our agenda, that being the reception. And Peter and Clara will deliver the opening addresses at the reception.
Děkuji. Já už mám jenom poděkuju, protože...
Thank you. Clara's got quite a lot to say, and she's really the very person who should speak here today. She's got so much experience, and she can really help things move forward. But from me, thank you very much. Thanks to those from Geopolis. David and I, we were more visible, but we've got Blanka, Marek, and other people here from Geopolis who had worked hard on preparing this conference. Clara, thank you very much. We are very happy that you were elected into this position. We are very happy that you became the Commissioner for Human Rights, because you've got quite a lot of experience from both worlds. You know a lot about partnership. You know a lot about cooperation from your own experience. It's great that you are there.
No, because we will continue the discussions on how to make civil society stronger and more recognized also on the EU level, not just in the particular context of the Czech Republic. So welcome everyone for the reception who are here just for the second day. A teď už předávám mikrofon Kláře.
Let me pass the floor over to Clara. I don't want to take too much of your time. I know you've sat here for quite a while. You're probably tired. I'm launching the informal part now. Welcome to all foreign guests, especially those who are coming here for the second day, because I haven't welcomed them yet. My thanks go to the organizers of today's conference and tomorrow's conference, and I'm very happy that you decided to take this topic and try to reflect on it from different sides.
I think it's absolutely essential to have this living meetings, to have persons commenting on what is happening in the society, how we think about the topics, and how to look for ways to change the existing things. And I'm speaking from the position of somebody who was fighting for the NGOs. I was a Czech NGO fighter, and sometimes if you don't have the partner abroad that could be inspiring you or could be providing you a firm hand in supporting you and building a partnership together, it's important that the government is taking an active role. I know how stressful it is to be in the public administration and to be under pressure to change things swiftly, and you have no flexible sources to get the data, to pay for the cooperation with the experts outside, and at the same time have time to pilot the things before you put them in a proposal, a legislative proposal even. So I know that there are limitations on both sides, and nevertheless there is a way how to open a dialogue together and how to award ourselves for the good things that we try to bring in to the negotiation table. Sometimes we are frustrated at each other, we don't understand each other, but I think that the cooperation, the partnership through understanding is the only way for us for the future that will ensure positive outputs. And I'm very happy to see so many people that have the possibility and that have the capacity to change the future. And I believe that in time, the systemic approach can be changed by our working. If we change, if we cooperate on all levels, then if we are participating actively in the dialogue, then we can be quite open and say, well, this is not working, let's be frank, and let's change these things. And the other party either will change it, or we can take the other way, and there will be a struggle. And I suppose the first way is better. So let's move on. Let's not be the victims of our own thought patterns. Now, we saw good examples in the palliative care that things can be changed and that we can move forward. We can see good examples on how to share the best practices, how to strike a personal contact, NGOs and the civil servants, and establish good relationship, working relationship, then for the debate, for the substantial debate. Now, but I don't want to keep you any longer. I wish you a nice evening. It's important to relax a bit, and wish you success even tomorrow. I hope that the premises were providing a good environment for discussion. I hope that let's meet again tomorrow, enriched by new ideas and impulses to continue in the future, because let's enrich ourselves with experience that we earned in our respective environments. So, and I believe that through these meetings, through these encounters, a change will actually happen. So once again, thank you for today. Enjoy the evening, and I wish you a fruitful tomorrow. And once again, thank you for waging a long journey to come over here. We really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Enjoy the evening.